All right, that should work now. Perfect. All right. Game feed. We're setting up over here for round 2. Q2. Brian, that's all looking excellent. Thank you very much. So the beginning of this stream is going to be a little bit of setting up and making sure that we got everything going. So if you join and could let me know if audio, video, if everything is looking great for you, that would be fantastic to know. Hey, Brian, would you go to the Mortal Realms YouTube and just make sure that we're live and share the link around? All right. And we have for us today, we have Mollog versus Grimwatch, piloted by Sam and Emmett, respectively. Emmett, son of Davy. Sam, representative of Canada. And excited to give some variety on stream right now. A top table is actually Gits versus Headsman, but we wanted to save some of the top table matches for the finals, right? Potentially one of these individuals will be in the finals, and we don't want the same warband to be featured again and again. We kind of want to have some warband variety on stream today. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to add the deck details here. Emmett is Grimwatch. And we'll see if we can't find out what the pairing is for Grimwatch. I know it's at least Edge of Knife. But for now, we'll update that to say Grimwatch. And let's see. Oops, right player. Yes. Side. Excellent. Thank you. All right. So we have Grimwatch is on Pillage plus Edge. And we have the classic aggro combo, affectionately referred to as Barf, for Mollog. So that is Mollog with Blazing Assault and Reckless Fury. Mm-hmm. Oh. The camera, I think the camera did a self-adjust or something. Or maybe, I don't know. Like that's yeah. I was moving it around. Okay. Right now, I don't think I'm going to be able to see their glory. So, okay. Yeah, do you want one of those? Sweet. I think I'm going to also tap the other. Yes, thank you. Oh, that's fine. I. Oh, yeah, that would be great. Brian, major assist over here. He's helping with grabbing me physical copies of the decks that are being utilized so that I can reference them. I think I'm going to be pretty hot on my knowledge here of Pillage and Reckless. Edge, probably the least, and Blazing is kind of a deck that I just avoid personally. But I respect it. There's nothing wrong with it. But it does mean that my familiarity will be a little bit lacking. All right, and we are off into placements here. So the commentary is going to kick off as well. So noticing here with the new placement rules for feature tokens, we actually have 2 in the center. So that means that I missed who won the roll off, but whoever won it has so whoever didn't place the board themselves, wasn't the one that chose this block text situation. They got first placement of a treasure token, and they decided to put one in mid. I'm making an assumption here. I didn't quite see them come down, but that would force the 2 placements that we're seeing. And then, interestingly, we have 1 in Emmett's territory and 2 over the line in Bollock's territory. Neither player are playing Countdown to Cataclysm, so the placement being in center is not as necessary. Some good sportsmanship coming straight out for Sam and Emmett here. Handshake, wishing each other luck. Excellent. I have not seen Emmett pilot the Grimwatch yet, but I am quite excited to do so. He graduated from his days of Gits and have moved on. So we have... Oh, maybe a rechoice here. I'm going to pull up the Grimwatch fighters on my phone so that I can represent which ones are moving. Now, we have the bats charging in. We have a bit of bat on bat action here. The double bats taking offense on the bat squigs themselves. We're throwing some dice. Let's see here. What do we have? It looks like a crit success. Miss there. All right. I'm just going to take the moment of silence to pull up information so that I can be a better commentator for you. So we have Grimwatch versus Mollog. Okay. I've got them both up. Now for myself. All right, so our Duke's Terriers there, they were rolling for 3 dice for swords and dealing out 1 damage, which has been assigned to our Bat Squig. Hello, Fish. Welcome to the chat. We have continued the adornment of the spent glory on the stream to represent how our players are doing in their glory totals. Couldn't take it off. Couldn't bring ourselves to the legacy of spent glory and what the heck's at Worlds. Together commentating continues. All right, so we saw a single dice come in here. I have a feeling the Harriers are about to get kicked off. Yes, indeed. All right. And I must have missed a reroll there. I was like, that fighter has to have more than one. Yeah, they were probably throwing 2 dice with a reroll there. All right. Oh, and we have 1-1 in glory. All right, we'll capture that. And this is game 1, round 1. Excellent. Yes. All right, we have an inspired Gristowell already. That is quite the situation. That is 3 swords looking for, or dealing out 3 damage when he decides to go through with that motion. Slippy, very happy to have a stream up. Thanks for getting this going. Happy to. So we had a ton of curveballs thrown at us today. So it took a while to get the stream up and going. And frankly, I'm still feeling a bit out of sorts as we collect ourselves and get going into the first round that we're covering today. But hopefully I'll get into the swing of things real quick. Do we think Mollog is nerfed compared to version 1 simply because Scything was removed from the game, or is he still just as scary? Ross, I would say Mollog is not as scary as they were in the first edition, and I do think Scything is a big reason for that. Absolutely. Some scary abilities on that War Scroll, though. All right, so we had, I believe, only a single success there from Gristowell, and Mollog is on 1 shield, so that was a tie. So we have a drive back decision here at most, but Mollog's going to hold on to their entire health total. Slippy, it's okay. I love that you wanted to be here, and we're looking forward to when you'll be here next time. Mollog's on camera for you. Like, that's what's going on, Slippy. In fact, if you want to add more commentary into chat on how you think Mollog has landed in the newest edition, I will definitely add that to the commentary, read what you send along, and I would value your opinion because I know you've been rocking them. Personally, I think that Mollog is in a healthy place. Like, always still scary, but I don't think oppressive. I wouldn't put them at the top of the bruiser camp these days. I am really happy that Stalag Squig is firmly in place after the latest round of erratas and can't grill legs and run around. All right, we have a crit success, stopping, I believe, Mollog from getting some hit back on Gristowell. All right, so we just saw an Edge Knife Surge score for Emmett here. I'm going to see if I can't run that down for us. If I had to guess, I would say it was, hey, you just attacked a Tempered Fighter, and they're still chilling. Either that or it was behind enemy lines. Score this immediately after an opponent's action step if a tempered friendly fighter holds a feature token in enemy territory. In fact, I think that's exactly what just scored. And it does have the Grimwatch pictured on that card. So very appropriate include from Emmett. All right, Emmett's coming in for another hit against Mollog. All right, I'm seeing at least one success in that roll coming from Valrique. And no shields. All right, Valrique does 2 damage here. So we have damage started on Mollog. I imagine we're going to see Mollog driven back here. All right, but keeping that adjacency to Gristlewell, I wonder if that is to continue to have supports on future attacks. At this time, we don't know what ability is been chosen by Mollog to continue through the round, but just to read those out, one of these abilities is in play. See if you can't spot which one. At the start of the first action step in a battle round, one of these is chosen. Nasty critters. Enemy fighters adjacent to any friendly minions are surrounded. Very nasty for accuracy. Tripping hazard. After an enemy fighter enters a hex adjacent to an enemy, to any friendly minions, give that enemy fighter a stagger token. Or watch out, they bite. After an enemy fighter is pushed, placed, or enters any hex adjacent to any friendly minions for the first time, roll an attack dice on a hammer or crit, inflict 1 damage on that fighter. All right, so we just saw 3 dice coming from, I believe, Mollog again, as we haven't seen any movement. Oh, I was wrong. That was the Bat Squig attacking? Oh, ho, ho. Again, we had Bat on Bat Retaliation, and Bat Squig is able to move into that position. All right, so that's kill bounty. So we're going to go ahead and bump that score up to 2 versus 2. Slippy here. I can't remember if I read this out loud or to myself, so I'm going to risk repeating it because, again, I value Slippy's feedback on Mollog here. Slippy saying that they would agree that Mollog is not the problem that they once were, but definitely still a contender. He's got counterplay, but Nasty Critters is a problem. Not been running them much recently. Interested to see how Emmett goes with his pairing as well. As am I. All right, so we've got a upgrade going down on the one with 2 spikes. Let's see here. That is the Royal Butcher. So where do we have Royal Butcher positioned on the map right now? I see. So that's the fighter charge in Mollog right now. 1 crit. And a miss from Mollog from a defense standpoint. So 2 more damage has been awarded. That's inspiring Mollog. All right, so what has Mollog gained with that inspiration? Mollog, from what I can tell, just becomes much scary in the attack department. We have his range 2 gaining Brutal. His range 1 already had Brutal, but now has Grievous as well, so can reach 4 damage, which isn't going to do all too much in this matchup. So I don't think we have much to fear on the Grimwatch side for Emmett here from Mollog himself. However, the rest become much scarier. Batsquig now has 2 damage instead of 1 and move 5. Spite Shroom has 2 damage as well, no movement buff. And Stalagsquig also goes up to 2 damage with Cleave. So we see everybody gaining damage with that Inspire. All right, so we are seeing a charge from Mollog. This is a 4th and final activation from Sam. So it makes sense. Been able to squeeze activations out of him earlier. And Batsquig was able to come along for the ride. And I believe, yeah, tag along. Use this immediately after your leader moves. You can push a friendly fighter up to 2 hexes. That push must end adjacent to your leader or an enemy fighter adjacent to your leader. So I believe just a crit here. Depends on which War Scroll ability is active. But I don't imagine it is Nasty Critters at this time. If it is, that's a 2 success attack. Who is Mollog trying to delete? Waiting for the defense roll here. I think that was nothing. Unless that was against Gristlewell, then that was 2 successes. It depends. Are we... Oh, wait, that was cover. Oh, but maybe Brutal was selected. Oh, no! Brutal was selected. Yeah. I just got a head nod from Emmett. That's what happened there. Hold on. I got to take a look at Nasty Critters here. All right. A profile read from Brian on Sam here. They've spent some time hanging out together, and so they've had a chance to chat a little bit more about this pairing. Brian said, it'll be Nasty Critters all day, every day, and never anything else, which, understandable. So that was 2 successes against none. And a crit that he couldn't capitalize from overrun on because it was coming from range 2. All right. I need to catch the score up on Glory here. We have 3 and 3. And I see that's from 3 surges on Emmett's part. Wonder if I can spot what surge is on top there. I can kind of actually peek it in the dice cam. Man, that looks so much like Desolate Homeland to me. Oh, they're in end phase. That is Desolate Homeland. Understood. And we have Red Aftermath coming in on Sam's side with, I believe that's Keep Chopping and Fields of Blood. We're going to test my Blazing Assault knowledge. How did I do? I believe those are all 1 point end phase. See, that is indeed what has come through there. Red Aftermath being from Reckless Fury, though, I believe. All right. So just double checking what our glory total should be. So 3 coming in the end phase there to Sam. And on the board, I'm seeing 6-3. Yep, that should be right. All right, and I didn't quite catch the roll off. But given the finger that was just pointing at different fighters, I'm going to guess that Emmett has first choice here. He's considering using a War Scroll ability. We're going to see a War Scroll ability activate. Let me see if I can't capture what that was. Yes. So they both have, at the start of the battle round, pick something to be in play for the rest of the round. So Emmett right now is choosing friendly fighters' melee weapons have +1 attack dice if the target of the attack is damaged. So right now that's going to be against Bat Squig and Mollog, where we see that benefit. All right, we have a ton of dice there. We're going to go to the... So that 1 defense dice from Mollog isn't going to do enough. Mollog squeezed a heal out somewhere. I'm going to guess a healing potion. And just onboarded a single damage. Is the Butcher only dealing 1 damage? Oh, yeah. Yep. Even when inspired. Wow. Sorry, Butcher. Speaking of inspirations, it looks like Grimwatch is mostly inspired, if not totally inspired. And we could indeed see the return of Gristlewell. Jess! Jesse! Hell yeah. Glad to have you in the chat. Hi to the WH crew, and good luck to Jake. I'll make sure you says hi. I'll make sure he knows. Tripping over my tongue. That's what I get for trying to drink and commentate at the same time. Oh, I didn't realize that Slippy was an aficionado of both of these war events. Excellent. Glad to have you in the chat, John. All right, we just got a game update from Wellner on Gitz versus Zach with Headsman, and Headsman were able to take the first game in that set. This is a best of 2 event, so that means at this point the Gitz player, Wellner, can at hope best to tie that match. The finals of the event will be a best of 3 no matter what, but we're trying this format out. We're trying to see if we can give folks enough time to really enjoy their games together and have enough time to get good games in as well. We find that often in best of 3s in 2 hours, you're rushing to an unsatisfying third game. And so this was something we wanted to try. We reached out to all the travelers that we knew were coming and saw what they thought. And it was unanimous. Everybody agreed that they wanted to be able to spend more time in their game and with their opponents in this best of 2 scenario. So we'll see how it goes throughout the day. So far, people, at the end of round 1, there was so much more camaraderie enabled, by the format instead of everybody still at their tables, crunch timing it down to make sure that they got their third game in. So overall, good energy in the room. All right, so back to what's going on here on the table. So we have a charge from, man, it is so hard to tell these little guys apart in this lighting. All right. A crit versus a success. So that's not going to go through. How's the audio, by the way? I don't see any risk of clipping. It does look like I could adjust the slider a little bit to maybe ensure that situation for us. I'll admit I am not the most adept at audio controls. All right, what do we have coming down there? Let's take a peek. I'm going to guess that was from Edge of Knife, because I didn't recognize that from Pillage. So thumbing through some cards right now to see what was just scored. Oh, I believe that was Aggressive Defender. That makes perfect sense with what was just tackled. So go ahead and award Emmett another glory. Audio is a little grainy, but clear enough. A little grainy. I might not be able to solve that. But I can troubleshoot audio settings, especially in between games or rounds. Grainy, that is it. Okay. One of the things that we're combating is this place face is hopping. They have free RPG here, free RPG day in the same area. So we played with the audio settings quite a bit to try to do noise isolation. So it didn't pick up the rest of the room. Sounds better now. Huh, well, I just wished it to be so. Nothing else beyond wishes. All right, so we're going into a second activation from Mollog here. After a delve from Grimwatch in the power. Won a tournament today with Grimwatch. Excellent. All right, so 2 successes coming from Batswig because nasty critters extends to themselves, which is wild. All right. So I believe that's Get Stuck In and a kill. I'll double check that. But we have a surge going down, and I believe it's for being across the line when making that attack. So I have Sam at 8 and Emmett at 4 at this time. I believe Emmett is about to draw 3 cards from that death. Edge of Knife, offering him 3 cards when a tempered fighter is killed. Power from death. Ooh, I love it when players do what Sam is doing. So he scored a surge. So to indicate that the surge is not in his hand, he actually puts it on the board corner where nothing else occurs, right? Like that real estate is often unutilized, but it's my favorite place to plant any cards that have yet to make it into hand. So you get a chance to peek at the cards that are put there, but it's a nice reminder that you can't score until the next activation, which I believe has begun, so I believe he can pick that up. So Emmett coming in with another charge against Mollog here. We'll see how much damage he can land, if any. So jumping over to the dice. All right, so some additional damage being put down on Mollog there. Mollog at 6 damage already, holding on to 1 health, vulnerable. I also just noticed that the audio is going to be cutting whenever I switch to the dice box because I don't have the audio put in that feed. So I'm going to take a moment to just quickly adjust that. Avoid that for future cuts in audio. All right, that should be working now. Perfect. One thing to note, though, is we can't get that camera to cooperate from a focus standpoint. So I apologize for essentially the heartbeat, or maybe I don't. The heartbeat of the dice. Every once in a while, when a hand makes it under there, it'll actually like cause it to focus on the hand, and then the problem goes away, but it comes back. But rather have a dice tray that's got a heartbeat than no dice tray at all. All right, I believe that's Wings of War coming in to allow Spite Shroom to do more than those little legs it could normally carry. So that is a crit success from Spite Shroom. That's a nasty Spite Shroom. 2 damage if this goes undefended, which it does. Yeah, the old school Mollog card sleeves are fantastic. I'm happy to see them as well. His activation counters are the old school Mollog activation counters as well. All right, so Spite Shroom grabbing another kill there should put Sam up at 9 if I'm tracking accurately. But I'm not tracking accurately for Emmett. I did miss a glory for Emmett. So I've tagged that on. Oh, it's because he had Careful Survey. Excellent. All right, and just refreshing myself on... Oh, right, the Royal Hunt. So +1 attack dice if the attack is damaged is what Grimwatch are rocking right now. So they have yet to use To the Walls. You can use the name of the king ability twice this battle round instead of once. That'll be really helpful for getting friendlies back on the board. All right, so we have at least a crit success coming in from Crack Marrow and taking down Mollog. That's going to be a 4 glory payout. The big man goes down. All right, so that puts them tied 9-9. And what does that do for our underdog situation? So up until this moment, Grimwatch have had underdog handedly. However, I believe 1, 2, 3, 4 of them on the board means only 3 of them dead at this time. Am I tracking that right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. 3 of them on the board. Stalag Squig was blending in for me. So it's 4-4. There is no underdog. Because the audio is spiking a bit on this end, actually, now, I'm going to try playing with that a little. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. So I've cranked us down 5 decibels, and I got to do that universally. So let me crank that down in the dice box as well. Oh, it applies universally. Fantastic. Okay. Hopefully that gives us a little more consistent audio. Probably means volume needs to go up for you on your end. But again, let me know how audio is going. Just wanting to make sure that it's an enjoyable experience on your end, or at least a tolerable one, worth sticking around for. All right, so we have an end phase score going down here, and I see Torn Landscape from Emmett, as well as that's got to be from Edge of the Knife. Gonna take a look, thumb through Edge of the Knife real quick, see if I can figure that out for us. There are 15 minutes remaining in the round. Okay, so that's a risky position. Score this in end phase if a tempered friendly fighter is in enemy territory. So there's a couple enemy friendly fighters satisfying that. So that's 3 more points to Emmett. And that's a Reckless Fury card. I did miss it, but I do believe it was 1 point, putting us at 10-12. Yeah, so we had a co-commentator planned for the day as well. However, try to utilize personnel as best we could. So Bobby, one of our locals, recently scored himself a golden ticket from the CTC in Canada, what we've been affectionately calling the Canadian Raiding Party. Both him and Brian came home with a ticket. Brian was going to be the TO for this event regardless. So it's nice to see that he has a ticket already and is able to run this tournament without, like, he was going to do it anyways, right? Like he wanted to make sure that a tournament run by us was not one that he competed in. All right. So for the roll up here, we have that going to Emmett. But yeah, it's really cool that he's able to TO from that position. And Bobby was like, hey, because I have a ticket, I would only want to compete as your ringer. Otherwise, I would want to be co-commentator with you. And we love that. So today we had an odd number of folks, and we have a lot of travelers. So more than ever, we don't want to buy. So ringer activated, leaving me to tackle this alone for you. All right, so we have Gristowell coming in, taking issue with Spite Shroom. I think Emmett's considering playing something from his hand, but nothing from Pillage and Plunder comes out in my head, so that would have to be from Edge. Nope, he's not worrying about it. What do we have here for a dice result? We have, I believe, just a single success versus no success, right? Or does Nasty Critters work on defense as well? I gotta take a look. Oh, wow. Wow. Nasty Critters. Enemy fighters adjacent to any friendly minions are surrounded. So that's going to work on defense as well, not just offense. So that's why we just see Spite Shroom getting kicked down the road a little bit. That's incredible. No wonder it's Nasty Critters all day, every day. Whereas on Emmett's side, we have To the Walls for this round. So expect to see that In the Name of the King ability used twice. All right. I think that was a great fortitude coming in on Bat Squig. It had Jedrin, the unclaimed son, pictured on it. I believe that is a great fortitude. That is indeed. All right, Spitrum coming back in, rolling 2 crits to attack Gristowell. All right, and that is unfortunately a failed defense against Gristowell. So 2 damage, taking Gristowell down. Now, that's a 0 bounty fighter, so that's no glory awarded for the kill, and I believe a parting shot that just broke and did damage to Spite Shroom. A surge was scored. Was that 2 surges scored? Can't quite tell. For now, I believe it is 8-11 to 12. And Griswold is back in the game in the name of the king. All right, and he was underdog when he activated that ability, so he was able to also inspire him on entry. So we have... Oh, all right. So we see Spytrum getting taken out there. So that's going to be an extra glory for Emmett. So Valeric is hanging out with Burrowing Strike on them from, I believe that's Burrowing Strike, awarded at the end of the last round. Excited to see if that gets use here. But Sam's got very little health to his name between his fighters at this point in time. He's got, because of Great Fortitude, he's got 3 health left on Bat Squig and 2 health left on Slag Squig. What do we have going down here? We have 2 crits and I believe a success because Nasty Critters coming in on Valeric. So we're not going to... 1 crit in the defense there. Not enough. So we're going to see the death of Valeric here, and we're not going to see that Burrowing Strike see any use this round. All right. I think... Yeah, Valeric was new without a raise token yet, is what I mean by that. So that's going to be a glory. So 12 to 13. I can't tell if behind... you know what? I can probably turn off one of the assets I have on screen right now. Let's see. Oh, not quite. Okay, so there are 13 glory there for Sam. So I'm going to trust Sam. I obviously missed 1 glory at one point in time, but that does mean we have a tied game here. Hold on one moment. I'm going to have an aside with the judge real quick. All right, I'm back, and we'll figure out what we missed together, or what I missed. You eagle-eyed observer. We have some pointing at Griswold. Oh, we're counting activations. And that those tokens belonged not to Griswold, but to the former Spytrum, artist formerly known as. All right, so I mean, Selaxu is off on an island, being attacked by, is that Valeric that came back? Yeah, Valeric but Valeric was unable to come in inspired due to the underdog rule. That attack not finding purchase. Oh, Brash Scout. I see. All right. Let's go to the dice box for the exciting reroll here. This game is neck and neck. Single dice, because again, no underdog. Oh, and it goes through. However, Valeric is on swords. I heard, got ahead of myself. I thought from the table I heard it goes through. But no, that was, unless there was a success banked in that roll, the players are. Okay, yep, we're in power. So Basquig did survive. And what was that, Lure Battle? I believe that was Lure Battle that just went down. Pick a friendly fighter that is within 2 hexes of another fighter and push the other fighter 1 hex closer to that friendly fighter. Maybe that was a charge. I feel like I'm missing something. Because is Stalagdsquig always considered charged out? I'm missing something. There's a piece to this puzzle. Maybe that was pushed through. Could have been pushed through. Probably was pushed through. All right. Well. Grimwatch holding on over here. We have a range 2 attack coming from the leader. And no successes, unfortunately. The players having some friendly conversation. I think they're talking about the ridiculousness that once was the legs that Stalagdsquig could grow. Really curious what the glory ceilings on these decks look like. Trial of the Tempered, if that's something that's being run by Emmett here. We won't see that score quite yet because some damage needs to land on Stalagdsquig. So I actually imagine that's what he's going for at this point in time. I believe Sam is currently protecting himself against a potential Strip the Realm. He's got some big scoring that he needs to block out. Now, as far as big scoring that Emmett can block out, I'm sure Sam doesn't run Annihilation because he's not nasty. And I think he runs I wouldn't be surprised if he runs Unrelenting Massacre. I think that card's rather good. This meta, maybe toughest meta for that, with a lot of Horde dominance. and a card that's not going to net out here. So I don't think he's got a 3 or a 5 pointer in the wings. Very curious what his scoring could look like yet. Whereas I think Emmett is undoubtedly going. Whoa! The game has just concluded. It has concluded 13-15. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what tipped Emmett's score over, but Emmett takes it. That show there at the end from Sam was a card that was not going to score any longer. So Sam congratulated Emmett on a good game, and they're going to move on to round 2 here. All right, I'm needed for some assistance. So hang tight. I'll be right back. So audio is going to cut, but we'll keep the camera focused on the board as the players reset. All right. Something very exciting and interesting to report here. Um, Sam congratulated Emmett on Emmett's whim, and then Emmett requested a recount of glory because Emmett believed that they should be at 15-15. A recount did happen. They indeed should have been at 15-15. 2 points were missed on Sam's side, and then the attempted denial of Strip the Realm was on the tiebreak win. Then on token 5 right there. Congrats to Emmett on sportsmanship. That game could have easily gone to Emmett, and I think that that would have been a satisfying conclusion, as both players maybe believed it to be. But Emmett was wise to that. You know what? I think you should be further along in your glory, and requested that recount. Game goes to Sam on tiebreakers. That's phenomenal. That's awesome. And hi Val. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I still need to step away for that admin purpose, but I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. And arguably more caffeinated as well. I've got some caffeine. I've finally been that's kicking in that I was sipping on through that last round. So let's see if I can keep up with the commentary a little better. Make sure that our scores are where they should be. Our game around. But regarding scores, for those who missed it, again, that first game was looking like it was going to Emmett. Sam congratulated Emmett with an understanding of 13-15, and none would have been the wiser. But Emmett didn't think that was quite right and requested a recount because he believed that Sam had more glory than displayed. And in fact, Sam had 2 more glory, putting them at 15-15, and then Sam won tiebreakers on an objective. So just an incredible sportsmanship call from Emmett there. Really, just really proud, frankly. Davey stopped over too and was like, "I'm a proud dad right now." Like, and yeah, I'm feeling that as well. So, all right, here we're in the match already. We've got a first activation going down. Let's see, is that a kill already, or is that just some damage? That's some damage down, right? Because yeah, Spike Shroom's only dealing 1 damage at the beginning of the round, so right away we've got some damage down on Gristlewell. So let's go ahead and reset. This is game 2. And currently 0-0. So, and Sam had first activation. It looks like Emmett may have missed announcing his ability for the round. So we'll probably see that caught here. I don't imagine either players are going to have an issue with that. I'm curious, is the timing your first or at the start of each battle round? So this should have been picked already, and maybe it was set aloud and was not displayed on the war scroll yet. But unsure what is in play right now for the Grimwatch. We're going to see a sidestep come out right away from Emmett. The heartbeat on the dice tray went away. I told you it happens. All right, so Gristlewell coming in on Mollog, just wanting to get that damage down and just start abusing Mollog as early as possible, threatening that takedown. So we have a single success here, which tells me, oh wow, all right, and that's going to go through. I guess that wasn't going to tell me anything because the Royal Hunt would only activate on damage. Damage already existing. So we have 3 damage down on Mollog after Grimwatch's first activation. So that's going to be a tone setter. Yeah, 2 swords attack. Sometimes it feels like the most accurate attack in the game, especially when there's 3 damage attached to it. I think that's the thing. The universe knows. I personally feel that attack goes through on me, regardless of the warband dishing it way more often than it should. Oh, I suppose it's not round 0. It's round or -1. It's 1. I didn't even realize our counter went negative. That's fantastic. Okay, so that Grimwatch War Scroll has been updated with what is in effect for the round. It's each time you make a save roll for a friendly fighter in friendly territory, you can re-roll 1 dice in that roll. Which, round 1, I feel like that's probably a pretty common pick there. I feel like this probably often flows Defenders of the Realm, first round, Royal Hunt, second round, to the Walls, third round. Maybe those 2 flip when there's been enough damage to the Warband already going into round 2, and you want to make sure that you're able to get In the Name of the King off twice. We have Batsquig charging in here. All right, so this is going to be fully supported. And so that's a crit and 2 successes. So this is going through. Now the only question is, Yeah, he doesn't have 2 defense dice yet, does he? If he had 2 defense dice, there'd be a question of if he'd be able to stand fast, but I believe he already had damage down on him, so it wasn't going to matter either way. It could matter for denying overrun, but I don't think that was something that Sam was looking for there. We have Accurate, I believe, coming down on Mollog. And we see Gristlewell coming back right away. And that's from an underdog position, so that's coming back with an Inspire right away. And why not? Why not add an extra dice to your 3 damage death stick? All right, coming in on Mollog here. All right, so that's a single success against Mollog. Can Mollog roll a save? He can indeed. All right. That stymies the attack. How's the rest of the field doing, Brian? Wellner and Zach. Wow. Okay, so Headsman took game 1 against Gitz 17-6. Gitz clawed back and won game 2 16-12. And Davy's running. Okay, so that's Dread Pageant on Davy, 20 points versus Phil's Hexbane, 13. Yep. Ben, 22 Iron Soul Condemners, Ben, versus Jared's Daughters of Cain. Yeah, Knives of Crone, 12. So scoring 10 points in that aggro matchup over each other. Wow. Jake on Morgoth's Trusses with 23 versus Alex on Black Powder with 14. So that's 9 points difference to Jake there. We got Mollog movement on the board, but also to report quick, Bobby on Thricefold won his first game against Jason's Brethren of the Bolt, 18-14. All right, so we have what looks like 2 successes to me because of Nasty Critters against the big man himself. Oh, wait. What? What did I miss? Whose dice were those? Oh, those were old dice. I see. And that was not the big man. That was the bats. That's like I'm going delusional over here trying to figure out which Grimwatch member is currently attacking or being attacked at any point in time. But that puts Sam up at 3 with a surge scoring there. Where is Crack Marrow? Oh, okay. He's hanging out with 2 of his goons over by the Stagger Hex. It looks like a healing potion came down as well for Mollog. I can't quite tell, but I think that might have been Power from Death that just came into play there. I think Emmett just netted himself 3 more cards off of that death. I think. Yeah, I'm on pins and needles. I'm just so excited to see how this one turns out. Yeah, so Crackmarrow's coming in. Mollog's charged out, so it's not like he's going to do anything more this round, but I think Oh, well, that was the 4th activation. Sam really likes to wait for that 4th activation. 2 successes from Crackmarrow here. No successes from Mollog, so that's going to be a full set of 2 damage. No stand fast. So Mollog's only got 3 health left. That's going to be inspiring the Warband, though. The damage train has kicked off for the minions there. There's some spicy energy coming from Bobby versus Jason here. Immediately more damage down. Hold on. What am I missing? I got distracted by the rest of the room. Apologies, dear stream. I don't see any score changing. I feel like, yeah, there's 6 damage hanging out on. I'm feeling there's 6 damage hanging out on Mollog right now. But we should be going into. Let's see. That's got to be from Edge of Knife. I'm trying to figure out what that card is. That's Fake Out. Fake Out almost just took Mollog out. Sam wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew. So that card was pick an enemy fighter with a health characteristic of 3 or more that is adjacent to a tempered friendly fighter, and then roll an attack dice. The roll contains a hammer or a dagger. Inflict 1 damage on the fighter, and then give that fighter a stagger token. Yeah, that would have just straight ended him. And if you're the underdog, the roll can also contain a crit. So there was a high probability that was going to go through. A high probability that was going to take Mollog down. I think, it's hard to see from this camera angle, but I'm pretty sure we have Crackmarrow hanging out behind Mollog there. Oh, I thought Sidestep was used earlier. It must have been retained. I had also been curious as to how it was used earlier, so this makes more sense. All right, so we're seeing. I'm going delusional trying to keep track of these Grimwatch. I had no idea Crackmarrow was all the way over there. I thought he was hiding behind Mollog. I can't even. I'm feeling exceptionally qualified to be your host today and talk about this game. Did Canny Sapper go off? I think Canny Sapper had to have gone off. I'm gonna have to be much quieter when we get to finals. Maybe whispering my excitement into the mic because unfortunately, I can definitely tell that the players can hear me when I'm not lowering my volume, which is wild considering the volume of the room itself. All right, a crit success coming from Mollog into the Butcher, I believe. to the right. There we go. All right. So I believe that kill is going to get. Oh, it's also a surge kill. So let's see. I don't know the surges for blazing assaults by picture. Seeing if I can't figure that one out for you. I'm not quite sure. That could have been critical effort. I think there was a crit in that attack. Could have been get stuck in. But nonetheless, crit and a kill, which I believe is putting Sam up to 5. I'm going to try to lower my assets, my background assets, to see if I can't figure out Sam's score here. Sam's at 4. All right, I'm going to mark Sam down to 4. I would have thought he would have been at 5. I thought that was kill and surge. Yeah, he should be at 5. When Brian comes over, I might gently ask for a recount on current glory over there. All right, that's keep chopping. That's Red Aftermath. Hey, Brian. Could I politely ask for a recount of glory for Sam? I think he's missing a kill glory. Okay. Can we do that on the black? I feel like there's more room there. Yeah. All right. The best painted warbands are being lined up over on the prize support table. We have a pretty exciting prize support pool for the day. So we have 6 prizes for raffle. Every game loss gets you a raffle ticket. We have 3 translucent sets of dice, red, orange, and yellow, all up for raffle, as well as a Nightfall carrying case, a classic organized play kit blue death deck box, and we have the like professionally done print job of the warbands, digital warbands that were available. One of our locals, Ben Lilligard, did a mighty effort of editing and getting those to look as professional as possible and going through a professional printer to get those all done. So we have one of those raffled off. I'm expecting that Jason and Jared are going to vie for that, get themselves some printed copies of the digital warbands. We have Grand Alliance tokens for each individual that ends best in Grand Alliance here at the event. They'll also get to pick a warband from the Grand Alliance boxes that matches the Grand Alliance that they won with. And then we have some Griffhounds. They're going to best painted and I believe underdog. So affectionately, whoever ends up with best score is going to go home with a emotional support Griffhound. We have golden ticket and a forge made, you heard me right, forge made trophy. Our very own Alex welded a giant Underworld dice together and has it on a trophy platform. But you could pick it up, you could roll it. You're going to damage anything you roll it on, but you could. And then we have $75 gift cards for second and third as well. Provided by Noble Knight Games. Thank you, Noble Knight Games. They're always extremely accommodating. They bought our entire group lunch today as well. Shout out to you, Noble Knight Games. We absolutely love being a play group here for you. All right, so I believe we have a roll off 1 by Emmett here. and that's going through and taking Mollog off the board to start the round off. And that was with the extra help of the Royal Hunt, +1 attack dice when attacking a damaged fighter. That's going to bump Emmett up from 2, which he had scored while I was yammering. It looks like with possibly, I'm not sure how he scored during end phase, because again, I was yammering. I do apologize for that. You might have caught it go down on the board. If you did, and you know what he scored at the end of round 1, and you want to put that in chat, that would be lovely. But that does bump him up to 6 now. And Sam is displaying 8. So we're gonna go with 8 to 6. I've been called out for calling swords daggers on stream. This is scandalous, says Val. Unforgivable, says Fish Mode. Oh! And my best friend Brian has offered to, no, not offered to, said, I'll be sure to buy him a beer, which I'm deathly allergic to. Wonderful. All right, so we're seeing Batsquig receive the love and attention of some upgrades. I think he's going to be main man now that Mollog is down. You'll notice the way that Emmett tracks his like total glory versus spent glory. He kind of has like a running pool of like, hey, this is my spent, running pool of this is my unspent, and then add it all together, you get what he has. Reminds me that it was so much easier when we could just say unspent versus spent glory, and they had the sides built into the dice. Where is that? I want that back. I can do some hand peeking here. I see critical effort in Sam's hand. Just trying to see if I can't peek any other cards in there. Not quite. Artwork's a lot harder to peek in second edition. It's just that much harder to quickly get at a glance what a card is, because there's a lot of busyness in the backgrounds, especially on cards. But we have Keen Eye on Batsquig there, and I'm not sure the upgrade underneath it. All right, so what do we have going on here? We have a flyer. We have Batsquig charging in on, I believe that's Valreek. Again, going delusional, trying to keep track of these. Grimwatch. So I believe with Nasty Critters, that's 3 successes. Are the minions the most accurate fighters in the game? Innately, I think it might be the case. When you factor in Nasty Critters as a regular occurrence here. So a 3 dice attempted save there, only scoring, I believe, 1 dodge. I thought for sure we'd see a fighter go down. So that's got to be Crack Marrow. It's the only way they're still alive. And I did see Emmett reach for damage. So let's take a look. I think I can get rid of the dice box while we're live. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, 2 damage on Crack Marrow there. Okay, so that's who's there, and that's what happened. So we got the dice box back in time to showcase a crit. And a shield means Batsquid goes down in retaliation from Crack Marrow there. It's an extra glory for Emmett. I think chat froze on me. Either the last one to say something is Val saying hi. And if that's the last thing I see from chat, it'll help me hold it dear to my heart. All right, Spite Shroom coming in. The little Spite Shroom that could. Oh, the glare killing me. Determined Effort, I think. That voice sounds familiar on YouTube. There used to be a guy that did a series called What the Decks. I wonder if we will ever see that awesome series again. Hey, Spinnerite. Thank you for the kind words. And what do we have here? Oh, that spin! That spin! The drama. And unfortunately, that is not a saved attack. So Crack Marrow goes down. We are leaderless, which means that In the Name of the King is no longer accessible. All right, so make sure that I keep the score moving for us. I believe it is 9-7. So still favoring Sam, but I think that there's plenty of scoring opportunity available to Emmett yet, and he's still got a full game round because we're on round 2. He's still got a full game round to work towards Trial of the Tempered as well. All right, here. I believe that's the Butcher. Coming in on Spite Shroom. Gonna take advantage of that reroll. And some pre-damage on them already, so gonna get some extra dice for this. So we have a crit success in the roll already. We'll call that 2 crits and a success. That's gonna go through against Spite Shroom. Spite Shroom is removed from play. 9-8. And we're getting a Dell from Grisowell here. Oh, that's got to be good. I think that's Grisowell. Yeah, Butcher's off the field. All right, well, like I said, hard to keep track of. I really enjoy doing these streams, though. I particularly really enjoy commentating on the game, especially when there's more information available or a co-commentator to bounce off of. Again, we knew that I might be single commentating if we need to tap Bobby in for a ringer. That's aggressive defender. So that actually ties us up 9-9. So super if I could choose between a ringer tapping in and getting rid of buys, especially in a tournament where we have 4 travelers, I'd pick that every day over having a co-commentator here. But I have visions of grandeur in the sense that I one day I want to have some games recorded where we have not only a dice cam but we have hand cams. We can peek what the players have available to them, and just add that extra layer of commentary. I think the last time we did the World Qualifier, the camera could just see the cards, kind of like what we're seeing from Sam right now, where we get that peek. And I believe Sam is going in for a focus action right now, working through what he's getting rid of. Absolutely. So he got rid of Critical Effort and 2 other cards to try to draw into a better situation. That's going to award him 3 power cards and an additional objective replacement, which could score immediately because when you focus, it doesn't have the effective a surge, where you have to wait until the end of the round, the end of the turn to score whatever you just did. They must have both passed in power because we're on to a move from the Grimwatch here. Jumping out as token 1. We'll likely see a delve here, I imagine, to work towards Torn Landscape, Broken Prospects, any of the delve-based objectives, like Claim the Prize or Delving for Wealth. We'll see here. But yeah, one of these days I really, really want to do like a full commentary. We have, four camera angles, dice, or 3 at the least. Like dice can get caught up in the board camera angle, but one that really captures the board and the cards on the field. 2 cameras that capture the hands and one that captures the dice tray. That would be phenomenal. And we're continuing to iterate and grow this. We had a ton of curveballs, both technology and location, thrown our way this time around. But any curveballs we were thrown by the venue, they more than made up for with all their hospitality. Noble Knight being wonderful to work with. So it looks like Strip the Realm is scoring here. At minimum. I think the other card was thrown away. Is it just me or camera seems unfocused? Oh, interesting. Sorry? The camera seems unfocused is the report that just came in. Which yeah, I could agree with. We could probably try to do a focus on that. Maybe that's why it's been harder for me to I think it's just the lighting in here is kind of washing out. I think it's more washout than focus, but we'll see if we can't do any focus. In fact, the camera that we're using is on loan to us for the event from Alex. So when Alex is outside of his game, we can ask him to take a look. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! We're moving the whole table. But we could ask him to take a peek, see if there's any settings that we could heighten to elevate that for us. So catching up on scoring here, we have 10 to 13 going into round 3 of game 2. Audio is top notch though. Oh, excellent. Good to hear. It wasn't quite at the start, but glad to hear it is now. I think what we're going to do today too is we're going to run the stream all the way through. We're not going to take it down and announce different matches. We're just going to roll with them live as they occur, and then what we're going to do later is I'll chop this up into different game segments and post those as VODs for us. Well, probably matches, like entire matches. So you would see all of Sam and Emmett in this case in one video. But yeah, we'll see if we can't do a little TLC with the camera here after this. Oh, very glad to hear the audio. I know this was stated earlier, but there's actually a ton of activity in the venue today, which is one of those some of the curveballs is just kind of adapting to the venue's needs. They're hosting a Netrunner tournament today. They're hosting a free RPG day. The private room that we were planning on streaming from was originally booked out, and so we kind of had to adjust. And we're making it work, but that means that we have to like tune out the rest of the room audio as well. Who won game 1? That was Sam. It was incredibly epic. It was 15 to 15, and he won on tiebreakers because he was holding the 5 in fear of Strip the Realm. So he was on the 5 for the purposes of countering Strip the Realm, and it ended up winning him the tiebreaker. And it was even more epic than that because Sam believed that he had lost, that he had the score of 13 to Emmett's 15. And Emmett requested a recount because Emmett believed that Sam should have been higher, and that yielded a 15-15 to Sam. So frankly, rooting for Emmett pretty strongly this game after such a cool sportsmanship move. Well, so Black Canario, we actually have a dice box cam, both in the corner. I hope you can see it in the corner, as well as one that I can flip to. So the hope would be to have cameras behind hands as well. Like that's the thing that I really want to have. That would give me so much more to add to the conversation here. What role are we seeing here? I believe it was 2 successes because it was coming from Sam, and Nasty Critters loves those supports. Yeah, okay. So we're seeing Valric go down. We're seeing another point go to Sam here. And I believe a surge as well, putting Sam at 12. And yes, that Emmett is Davies Emmett indeed. Question from the chat there. So I think Emmett's got Trial of the Temper like scored, whether it's in hand or something he has to dig for yet. So he's got, that's 3 points, right? Trial of the Tempered, 3. Checking. Yeah. So one of the things that Emmett has to be careful of right now is he has to be mindful of what he charges and where, making sure that he doesn't accidentally give over any Reckless Fury's scoring. All right, we have one of the other match results coming in. Jake, and I know there's folks in the chat cheering for Jake. Jake takes his set 2-0 against Alex's Black Powder. Jake scoring 23-14 and then 21-6. Which means Jake is not performing well against his goals. He was hoping to get as many raffle tickets for game losses as possible. Sorry, Jake. And that's a careful survey from Emmett, so that's an extra point. Black Canario. The results of the first game was 15-15, and that tie did go to Sam. We are playing a best of 2 at this event. So if Emmett takes this, then what will happen is they'll both receive a tournament point. So they'll both receive 1 point for the round. If one of the players had taken it 2-0, then one player would get 3 points and the other player would get 0. The first tiebreaker is game losses across the event as a whole. When it comes to like where people fall in the ladder for the remainder of the event. And then the next tiebreaker is glory differential. We didn't cap it this time around because we one of the tenets of capping glory, the way the Italians do it, which is a system that we adore and have utilized often. But one of the tenets of it is to allow you to Yep. Sorry. I'm going to interrupt that thought real quick to talk about Brook, Prospects, Torn Landscape, and Trial of the Tempered coming down. That's a 7-point end phase from Emmett right there. That is hella intense. And then we have Arena Mortis and Bloody Momentum, I think, discarded. I don't think... Yeah, those aren't going to come off here for Sam. So we might have Sam score ending at 12. And the smiles at that table, the handshakes, that all makes me super happy to see. So I believe that's putting Emmett at 21. All right, so this game is going to end 21-12 in Emmett's favor. So this series was a tie. So both players are going to receive 1 point in tournament points for the course of the event. And they both also then have a game loss. And that really kind of helps create how tiebreakers are working throughout the event. But to circle back to glory differential, the Italian differential system, again, one that we adore, capping at 7 is one that's meant to help facilitate concessions, help manage the clock and get you to that game 3. But in a series like this, where we expect more tournament points to result in ties between players, even though glory differential isn't a favorite of ours, we kind of need it uncapped to create a better tiebreaker picture here. First position score out on the ladder is again tournament points. Then the first tiebreaker is game losses. Third one is glory differential, and fourth one is strength of schedule. And that's just how we're trying it out for the best 2 event that we're doing. If you stick around for the finals later, or you catch it later on YouTube, the finals will be a best of 3. We want to make sure that that reaches a satisfying conclusion. That end phase for Emmett, wild indeed. Fully agree. Black Canario, how many people even participate in that, and how can you register? So the world qualifier here that we're hosting, Throwdown, Madtown Throwdown Q2. And anybody could register. Come join us here at Noble Knight Games. We had a $20 entry fee into the event. That helps largely with facilitating prize support, as well as actually no, that pretty much all goes to prize support. Yeah. Did that answer your question? I'm sorry. And we have 12 players. I think that helps answer your question there. So, yeah, traditionally, a lot of the prize support was stuff that we put forward ourselves. But over time, our locals were like, "Hey, stop pulling that all out of pocket. Just raise the registration fee, please." Which we were nervous to do for the longest time, because we didn't want any sort of entrance fee to scare people away. We always want the highest possible attendance, but people told us we were crazy, and so that was nice to see. And we have some pictures being taken of best painted right now from Jake. We don't actually have a best painted quite yet, but what I mean is the candidates that have put forward their warbands for scoring. We have 3 warbands put forward thus far. More to come, I'm sure. Zach's Headsman's is there. Wellner's Gits, which he did a like a hybrid of. Like, if you take a look at the Gits, you'll notice that there is a member of DKK in there, as well as some conversions coming from Loon Court models. And then Alex's Black Powder, painted like Jafar, with a crew made up of the rest of the folks from Aladdin here. We have, already got that well and announced. Let's see, I did not announce Bobby versus Jason, though. So Bobby takes both games 2-0 against Jason's brethren. Bobby again on Thricefold, 18-14, and then 16-13. Black Canario, OIC, hope to come to you one day. Did my first tournament a month ago. Was incredibly interesting. Best 3. Love it. Absolutely love it. While the players are clearing off the table here, I'll go ahead and switch over to this camera. Hello. So, how are folks doing? Anything that people want to ask us about regarding the event? I can try to figure out anything I don't already know the answers to. But yeah, good to see you all. Hope that you stick around for the rest of the event. So I believe this round ends in about 5 minutes. We have baked in 5 or 10 minute break for the players, and then we have the next round kicking off. So we have 2-hour rounds, so 1 hour per game. And again, that was something widely requested from our locals. We checked in with the travelers, folks just wanting to be able to enjoy the games to their fullest, think through them, but like actually be able to, if there's any downtime, have a conversation with your opponent when they get to the table. Not say, "Hey, we have a best of 3 we have to get through. Please start rolling dice right now. Instead, say hi. My name is, and like, I've been listening to you on the Battle Mallet. All the sorts of chit chat that people are able to kick off with here as well. Who will win? Jesse asks, and then Slippy. So Jesse, I'll get back to that. Slippy, out of curiosity, do you know how many objectives Emmett had? Emmett, come here. How many objectives are you running? Running 13 objectives. Okay. So, what was your favorite objective? Out of your whole deck, what's your favorite objective? Trial of the Tempered. I saw that there was the 2 damage down on Stalag Squig, and I was like, I bet I know what's in your hand. Emmett announcing that he was getting kind of greedy. Gotcha. So you win with somebody that couldn't manage the kill because you were hoping for a movable in response. I see. Well, you could have just pressed with Griswold and taken him out altogether. Understood. Yeah, yep. 12 and flip it, 21. Yep, absolutely. Notice that. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna jump back into this, but thanks for chatting with me. Oh no. Thank you. All right. So, what warband you play? What is your favorite one from Black Canario? I'll jump into that. And from Slippy here, unfortunately missed the majority of that matchup, but we'll be sticking around for the next one while getting some painting done. Excellent. Well, if you'd like to catch any of these games, the full stream is going to stay up. There's no reason for us to take it down on YouTube, but I'm also going to go through the effort of taking a snapshot down of the stream today and then editing it into separate match VODs. So I'll post, this was match 2, and that'll be Emmett versus Sam. And then we'll see who we choose for match 3, get that posted up. And then obviously match 4 will be the finals, and that will indeed be whoever has made it that far. The reason we didn't go with table number 1 this time around is we want to give you some variety on the stream today. Instead of having one warband potentially, stick through the stream throughout the rest of the day, we want to have some good variety. So I thought it would be exciting to have Mollog versus Grimwatch up here. I think many of us are sick of seeing Gits and kind of anticipate them making it to the end. Wellner cannot stop apologizing for being that guy. and bringing Gits. But you know what? They're available in the game. And today is for a chance to get to Worlds. So totally understand. He's also infamous for locally for running hordes and running high movement tricks. He used to be our Exiled Dead player, and that was all he played. And that was during Nemesis, where that was an interesting situation to deck build for. All right, I definitely have some questions I got to circle back to. Spinnerite, has Jake been on stream yet? Go with Jake. Yeah, we'll try to get Jake on stream. He's standing near mine. I'm going to try to. Hey, Jake. I wanted to let you know if you want, you can. But I don't have a microphone for you. But if you want to show your face, yeah, that works great. So you have Jesse cheering for you in chat, as well as others. Yep. So I was able to report your 2-0 there, and everybody's clamoring for you to be on stream next. Would you be down to be on stream?
Sure.
All right, we'll go for it. So that is Jacob Goonhammer. He is the lead writer for Underworlds on Goonhammer, and I'd recommend checking him out if you've never done so yourself. All right. From Black Canario, I am running 15 objectives for Pillage and Plunder and Countdown to Cataclysm, talking about Greedy, using the idea of, I believe, Spain player from February tournament. Forgot his name. Have you seen that many objectives, and what do you think? Okay, so I believe the player you're referring to was running Grimwatch and won a Warhammer World tournament. I personally do not enjoy running 15 objectives myself. I found reading that article extremely fascinating. He spoke to how if he scored, so the mentality behind that deck was he always had to be thinking about it was less about thinking about where his end foes could manage out and making sure that his surges were scoring, always with the idea of like leaning into his end phases. But when scoring in the end phase came around, the idea was score any end phases that you have at that time, and any that you did not manage, you have to offload. And I agree with that ideology because otherwise, any cards kept from round to round when you're running 15 are going to block others. And so you could keep a surge round to round, but even then, you got to make sure that you have some confidence that that's going to score. But when I was reading the article, I got the sense that it was this freeing idea for him, that he was less focused on constantly setting up for like key end phase, and instead a lot of his end phase were arriving at the same goal. But just this idea that it was like, whatever I'm able to secure, awesome. Whatever I'm not able to, offload, start working on the next stuff. Don't sweat it. Like, that's a very interesting way to play the game. And for me, I don't really like going above 13. And like, you have to talk me into 13. Like for 13, you have to be playing Blazing Assault, or you have to be playing something like Gits right now with Pillage and Plunder, where your surges are so buttery smooth that you're consistently not scoring, or like you're not drawing a total of 3 cards for the round 3. If you're consistently finding yourself at 1 or 2 cards to score for round 3, then yeah, you gotta bump up the glory picture. But every objective that you add to that deck is going to offset what you're going to see over the round, right? They're going to get in the way of your surges first and foremost. But even like a 1-point end phase that you tagged on to bump your objective deck up, if that starts getting in the way of something like Strip the Realm in the moment where you could have actually scored Strip the Realm, then you're hurting your higher glory potential. If it gets in the way of Broken Prospects, Torn Landscape. I know I'm in those examples I'm providing Pillage and Plunder, play a lot of that myself. But you know, any 2 glory or 3 glory end phase that's consistently being blocked by 1 glory end phase cards is a problem. So yeah, the article was great. It was a great read. All right. I can't say how easy it is to just drop all end cards on that end. So easy to play. Well, I'll have to, I swear I gave it a try at one point in time. And it just, it was so much so not how I approach the game mentally, that I was having a hard time with that aspect of like, I have to toss these and just keep the deck moving. Just like constantly putting that momentum on yourself to keep pushing through the deck. Like, I'd be really hard pressed to offload, you know, a 2 or a 3 glory end phase because I didn't score it right then, and I think maybe I can score it in the next one. But like, just this mentality of like, no matter what it is, you're offloading it and you're keeping going. It's just fascinating. Okay, so the question is it allowed to play bands without scrolls I'm sorry. I thought you were hand signaling to somebody else. Let me answer this, and I'll help you out. Is it allowed to play bands without scrolls on this qualifier, or only the ones that have specific scroll? Only the ones that have specific scrolls. So for organized play purposes, you're actually not allowed to play with the Grand Alliance War scrolls. So only warbands that have the dedicated scrolls are generally legal in organized play. And that is the case here as well. We have run some fun events. We ran a narrative event at AdeptCon this last year, and we allowed players to do that. And that was really exciting and interesting. I'm going to mute the microphone for a moment. I got to touch base. I think I'm not going far, though. All right. Hello again. All right. I was just helping verify what our round situation was looking like. So Jake and Davey are currently actually our front runners. Davey being undefeated, and Jake after that extremely strong round. So yeah, we're throwing them up on stream. We might end up having some rerun warbands on stream as a result. Theoretically, one of these players is going on to the finals. This is a 4-round event, so this is semifinals. In the sense that anybody playing right now is playing for a position um, to end up in the finals. Did I hilariously? No. Okay. I was like, did I button this up live on stream incorrectly? No, I got it good. All right. So they're going to start setting up. I'm not going to focus on them quite yet. I'm just going to keep eyes on for when to switch over. But we had some questions in chat that I did not get a chance to answer. So let's head back up. Jesse, who will win the event? The event. Jake, hands down. Because his goal was, again, as many raffle tickets as he could manage, and you get those from game losses, and he's doing terrible on that goal right now. So I think he's going to carry that failure of goal all the way through to that golden ticket. So Morgoth's Crushes have my vote. They're about to be up against Davies Dread Pageant. I'm going to mute the microphone and yell at them real quick just to see what their pairings are. Or, no, I'm going to be polite. I'm going to ask Brian to do it. Hey, Brian, would you politely get the pairings from those two so I can post them? And, all right. So then another question I had missed from before was, what warband do I play, and what is your favorite one? And in second edition, that answer is one and the same. Ha! Cataract. Where has that been this whole time? That's perfect. So we have Barf versus Cataract. So for those unfamiliar with the ridiculousness of this community's love for acronym style names, that Barf is Blazing Assault plus Reckless Fury. And then Cataract, which is what I'm calling it forever now, is Countdown to Cataclysm plus Rack and Ruin. And that's Morgoth's Crushes on Barf, Dread Pageant on Cataract, Jake versus Davey, Goonhammer versus What the Hex. But yes, my answer, one and the same. The warband I play and my favorite to play is Iltharia's Guardians. Can't put them down. I love that warband in second edition so much. Easily my favorite. I keep shopping around in the sense that, like, I was a leaf on the wind in the last edition, especially with the What That X project. I was constantly trying other warbands, other deck combinations. And although I'm still trying many deck combinations, it's often, what can Ilthari Guardian just do with this deck combination? I do also love Zandara's Gravebreakers. And I just gave Jake in person his copy of... I'm not looking at you yet. I can't see this. They're doing hand puppetry, like a duet, a dance together underneath the camera. But that's ended. We missed it. I'm sorry. They're drawing up. They're going to do their mulligans here in a second. Win What the Decks. Well, no better place than now to announce that I'm joining Club Fatherhood. So I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to get around to the What the Decks project. Once again, it is my hope still that it returns. I don't want to promise a time and a date. I'll see what I can do. I'd love to bring it back. But yeah, this November, I'm going to be a dad. So incredibly excited. That one too in October. And actually, best friends for a very long time. Live 5 minutes from each other, and my wife is getting the opportunity to. For the most part, be a stay-at-home mom as well as daycare for Brian's kids. So they're going to grow up together. So that's thanks. Something that I'm extremely excited about. Healthy dose of nerves, but overall, just super in for the ride that's going to be in the next chapter. That's going to be. But we'll try to get some What the Decks at some point in time. I like to say that the project's not dead. It's just on a hiatus, and whether it's an episode here or there or whatever it's going to look like, I'll bring it back. We'll get some of that back on the YouTubes. And all right. Well, thank you a ton, chat, for the congratulations. Congratulations to you. And Let's. I think this is as good of time. Not quite yet. I think Jake mulliganed, so he's doing a proper shuffle up, and we'll cut over to the boards here shortly. Was there anything else I missed in chat? Craig failing as the courier. I've been told that he has received much crap for that, which Jake has said has made every week. I have failed to send them in the mail because I told him, "Hey, it's fine. I'll send it back in the mail to you." Every week I have failed to send them back in the mail. He has said is on Craig. We have a roll off. We're jumping over to it. I missed it. But we'll see. Davies. Nope, they're both thinking pretty strong. I'm not sure which one just won the roll off. It looks like Davey. Davey must have won the roll off. All right. So that's going to be tokens for Jake in game one. I'll go ahead and reset all of the above titles and whatnot here in a moment. So Jake's going to have token decisions here momentarily, and Davey's going to have them in. That looks great. Thanks. Here, I'm going to shout at them real quick. Nah, they're great. All right. So, we didn't get a chance to do any camera TLC. Well, it's on the to-do list yet. But again, I think it's actually just the lighting. There might be some tricks in the camera to slice that. We didn't really have any time to grab Alex there, so that's okay. So we're doing a reset of the glory. We're doing a reset of the round, and I'll go ahead and work to add the name tags to the new match here. So left player's name is obviously not going to be Sam, but is instead Jake. And then right player name is Davey. I'm considering just saying father of Emmett, but no, we'll give him more than a title here. All right. Morgok. We'll say Crushes. With Blazing plus Reckless. Oh, that didn't save. Okay. I'll get that back. Dread Pageant. Countdown plus rack. Yeah, that works. Dread Pageant's running a little long there, but that's okay. I think it works out. But I don't know why Jake didn't save. Let's go ahead and see if we can't get that to save. Left player deck details. Having some technical difficulties with that. With what Jake's playing, might just have to deal with it. There we go. Oh, interesting. It actually didn't like the fact that I was using an and symbol instead of a plus. Note for myself. So we have green dice acting as walk counters for Jake. And then blow up my view here. All right, so that's Glazette, placed in the middle there. Slake Slash just came in. Hadzu's the one, the lowermost Dread Pageant member. And then that is Vasilek. All right. So, and we'll call this game 1, round 1. And Jake winning a primary roll-off, Davey getting a card as a consolation to that. So he's going to decide if he's going to go first or second. He's grabbing the first player token, so he's going to be going first. All right. Something I'm going to be doing real briefly is just updating which warbands I'm referencing. Because right now I still have Grimwatch up as my reference, and I want that to be Dread Pageant. Here we are. And I want Precious. So there were 4 double supports in that attack roll. So 3 from the attacker and 1 from the defender. So Jake's dice starting strong. And that was an attack made from Thug. Oh, hey. That is what the Best in Grand Alliance tokens look like that Davey's rocking over there. He's previously won the Chaos ones and are rocking them for the event. Oh my gosh, is the first activation just putting a guard token on Glazette? Yeah, that was the first Dread Pageant activation. So here we have Art Skull coming in. So Art Skull's range 2 profile being 2 hammers, dealing 1 damage if it connects. And then obviously supported here as well. Well, depends on the target. He's actually got 3 different targets he could be going for with this. So 1 hammer, 2 a crit. And some laughter. I think Jake's excited about what his dice are doing to him live on stream. So unsure who managed that crit defense, but as a result of the crit defense, they're stand fast, so there's no opportunity for drawing back. So visually, we won't have any indicator as to who was attacked there. Do any of them have 2 dice to kick off? No. Yeah, so it could have been any of them. Second Dread Pageant activation here. So we're seeing Slake Slash probably just do a move here. Yep. All right, so getting out to a token right out of the gate. Now that could be working towards set explosives. I don't think much else. I think that's what that's investing in. And so we have. I'm actually kind of surprised it wasn't Closette that made the move there. So we have Morgok coming in with just a move, unable to reach any targets. Yeah, no. Looks like no illusory or wings to get that last charge. So activation 4 is probably another move or a focus, unless he's got some movement tricks. Could have lure battle to close that gap. Is that true? Lure Battle wouldn't push you that far, would it? I don't think so. Okay, so we have a move from Glazette tempting the attack here, saying, "Go ahead, hit me." On guard, on the only token, notably in diving in. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, push a 2. Diving in being a push a 2 that must end next to somebody with a charge token. So that's squeezing out the activation potential from Morgok here. Going for Slake Slash, a target that he can actually move. I'm going to guess that this is going to be a surge from Davey here in no one's territory after this attack. But let's see how this attack pans out. Going to the dice box. Just 2 successes against. Right? 2 successes. Yep. We were looking for smash, hammers, maces. I don't know. Val. What should I call hammers? And so Slake Shot has been driven off. And yeah, that is a shocking assault from Davey. So that's going to be the first glory on the board. So, peeking at Jake's hand there. Oh, what was that? What was that surge? I think that was get stuck in or perfect strike in his hand there. All right, from Cataclysm, I believe that was the one that attacks the whole no one's territory +1 space within that territory on a die roll. Yeah, Sunder the Realm. That's what went down there. And it did net out a damage on Ard Skull. So, third activation from Davey, just a move with Vasilak. Again, working towards that set explosives. What is Bloody Momentum coming out for? We're not in end phase yet. Or are we? We are. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay. That was Vasilak's. Vasilak was final move of the round. That token just didn't get flipped over. Okay. So, yeah. Bloody Momentum scored by Jake. That's having 4 or more of your personal fighters' bounties in enemy territory, if I recall correctly, with charge tokens. And Davies grabbing Spread Havoc for 1 and Set Explosives for 2. So that's 3 points for Davy, putting it up to 4. I swear, Sunder has a 100% draw chance in first round. Seems to be. All right, so at the end of the first round there, 2-4. I kind of wish that we had view of Krusha's War Scroll. There's probably opportunity for that. Hey, Brian, if you don't feel it would be disruptive and you could move Morgok's Krusha's War Scroll just slightly in frame, like if you look right now, we can kind of see it, but we don't. The unfortunate thing is I can't see the Dread Pageants. So that gains us a little bit. In fact, is that hiding behind the dice box? Let's see. Nope. That's deck draw. That's a good place for deck draw. Just got a thumbs up from from Jake. All right, so Dread Pageant off to the lead, in particular due to some bad aggro dice from Crushes there, holding Jake back a bit. And Davies' Cataclysm Tracker would have gone up 5 paces, so it would be parked just below the 2 right now. That roll-off is won by Jake. Davey grabbing another card. And Jake deciding, I'm going to go first again. Excellent. All right. So we have a charge here from Morgok at the top of the round, going into Slake Slash. That's going to be a crit and 2 successes, I believe. That must be Kenai. And so that's Slake Slash regretting his life and taking some damage. And that's a critical effort for Jake there. So that's the surge at hand. Those dice are the risk of hard aggro, though. Absolutely. All right, so we have a drive back there. Oh, they don't start with any walk counters. I see. So Jake, with his dice here, he was representing 0 walk counters by having the dice off the fighters. Then he moved them on as they got their first wah. So they're all at 1 except for Morgok, who's now at 2. What are they looking for? With 3 or more wah counters and remove 3 tokens, inspire that fighter. So that's our inspire. Oh, we see another attempted ping here coming down in round 2. There's a crit in there. So I think, yep, that went off. So we have an extra damage, or I think the first damage going down on Crusher there. And that card was Total Collapse. So Total Collapse means roll a number of attack dice equal to your Cataclysm value. If the roll contains any crits or swords, pick a fighter. And so Davey just was able to land a 3rd damage on the board. So if you look, Slake Slash is the source of that first damage. There are 2 fighters damaged on Jake's side. And after the latest damage was received, that is true. So he's going to score, what is it called? Bloody and Bruised, I believe, from Rack and Rune. Yes. Scores immediately after your warband inflicts damage on an enemy fighter if 3 or more fighters are damaged. Did I get that countdown wrong? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so if the Cataclysm Tracker went up 5 at the end of the first round, like it did, then he should actually be parked at the start of the 2, which is why he was able to roll 2 dice there. I'm going to take away the dice box for a moment. Take a look at his glory. Yep, I got his glory wrong. He got 2 from that spread havoc at the end of the first end phase. We currently have 3 to 5. Wow. Yeah. So if you don't get on a single token in round 1, then you allow that to happen. But aggro is in a position, especially in this case, where that is easier said than done, to put it simply. All right. So Slake Slash came in to start dealing pain back instead of just taking it, and was able to get some down on Thug there. So Thug has 2 damage on them, and now 2 Wah counters to the name. So Wah energy, by the way, For those don't know, this is the generation of those walk counters. Use this immediately after a friendly fighter attacks or an enemy fighter attacks, and a friendly fighter is the target of the attack. Give that friendly fighter a WA token. These attacks don't need to connect; they just need to be attempted. So whether Slick Slash hit or not, a WA token was coming out from that. Davey probably feeling pretty hand rich after being awarded the bonus cards from round 1 and round 2 here. And that was Davey's first activation, which is what's being marked right now. My dear narrator, what are you rooting for? Ooh, I don't have one player that I want to win more than the other here. That's maybe a cheap answer, but it's the truth. I'm excited for either of these individuals to advance and potentially have that chance at a Worlds ticket. I'd love for either of them to. Jake has been incredibly supportive of What the Hex and has been a joy to get to know. This is the second time he's traveled all the way up to Madison from down south to be here with us. And he drove, I think he said it was a 13 or 14-hour car ride. So wild. And for those who don't know Jake, he's an absolute treat. So a treat that just got a crit double single and took down a Slake Slash. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sure that's what happened, but I want to follow my understanding of that because Slake Slash, that would have been a success for Slake Slash, so there must have been an extra success in there. Oh, hey, and branching fade off of that. I almost made a joke about it. So I wonder if that means that the upgrade on him is providing cleave. Ooh. So no success from Davey in that dice roll. Ouch. But yeah, obviously Davey's my co-host, and frankly, also my sensei, my mentor, and my father-son goals as well. So when you're asking me who to root for, that's tough. No, it wasn't a double crit he rolled because he was able to get branching fade off of it. So all those dice were different. Brian has showed up, grabbing an aside. Be right back. If anybody's ever seen the Breaking Bad episode called The Fly, that's happening to me right now. One single house fly that won't leave the stream alone. I won't let them get any screen time, despite their attempts. All right. So jumping back in here. So I caught the glory totals back up, so you might have seen the dice tray go away for a moment, and that was because I was checking what Davey had going on. So it's 6-6, and I definitely missed a little bit of how that came to be. But we do have fireproof in play from Davey. And if it's after his second, then we're going into Jake's third here. So he's stifling what Ardskull could output here. Which makes sense because without any movement tricks, this is the heaviest attack left in the round. Like, there might not be an attack in Activation 4 here. But still worth getting even the single damage down that Fireproof is going to facilitate, as well as getting the walk counter, and potentially, fuel the scoring. So I believe that's a double. We're going to try to jump to the dice tray. No, didn't catch it. Okay. But let's see. Did any damage go through? Okay. I don't. I believe that if he had landed that attack, he would have pushed Vasilak. So, unless he was going for Hadzu for a kill there. Either way, looking good for Dread Pageant after that attack. No successes. Got it. Thank you. So a shield not being enough there due to the crit success that Davey rolled with the support that he has, because I'm imagining the attack was coming from Vasilak. And we're seeing the push. That was definitely from Vasilak there. So who do we all have inspired? So we have Ardskull inspired. So that means Ardskull is now offering 3 damage. So 2 hammers, 3 damage, brutal. Across the table, we have Glazette inspired. And we must have we have the whole Warband inspired because there was enough damage on the table to make it happen. It was Hadzu aim, I believe, because there were 2 defense dices. Can't see if Vasilak has +1 save. Good call. Good call. All right. So jumping over to our inspired Dread Pageant. Vasilak gets really scary. Like extremely scary when inspired. He loses his range 1 instead. His range 2 gets improved immensely. Right now, we just saw 2 dodge results from Davey. I think that was extremely good. That was definitely into Hadzu. That was a save. One success into 2. But yeah, Vasilak goes from a range 1 that does 2 damage to having a range 2 that does 2 damage with Grievous. So 3 damage if he picks that rune mark or weapon ability. And 3 hammers to dish that out. Slick Slash is dead, so we won't talk about that. But Glazette is now on 2 defense dice. Range 1, 3 swords, 2 damage. Hadzu, 2 defense dice with range 4 attack, 3 swords, 1 damage, ensnare. Now, Glazette also has a range 2 available to her. It's also 3 swords, dealing 1 damage. I think that might be coming out to play right now. Nope. Maybe, though. Yeah, I think this is the pairing when playing Dread Pageant. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty scary charge from Vasilak here. He's got his choice of Thug or Morgok. Rolling a crit and 2 successes. Jake is not going to be able to shake that. He's not even going to be able to stand fast against that. That hurts. He's losing Morgok himself. That's going to be 3 glory for the kill. And I believe if that was Davey's final activation, Davey set himself up in that fashion so that if he wins the roll-off, he is ready to make a standing attack against Thug. And, even if he doesn't win the roll-off, he's threatening that position, forcing Thug to make a play. Great Fortitude's coming out on Thug. Help protect against exactly what I just described. Otherwise, Thug would be 1 love tap from Vasilak away from joining his brother in the grave. All right. So, yep, that was definitely Davy's fourth because we just did some cataclysm tracking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's another 5. So that puts him at cataclysm 3. He was on 2 wounds. Yep. Red Aftermath and something else for 1 thrown down, probably something from Blazing Assault. Jake's side, that puts Jake up at 8. We're seeing Alone in the Dark here from Davey. So no 2 fighters are adjacent to each other. That's 2 points for Davey. I'm going to take the dice box down for a moment. So I have Davey at 11, which I can't quite tell if that's accurate due to position on the camera. I might get Brian to verify that for us. Well, as they're drawing up for the round, I might as well go verify myself. I'll be right back. All right, so what we can't see is there's actually 2 more glory for Davey hiding off screen. So not a total of 11, but a total of 12. Oh, I should bring the dice box back. That's one way to bring it back. All right, while the dice box was away, we must have missed the roll off, but it looks like Jake won it. He's coming with Ard Skull to, well, we'll see. Trying to decide between Hadzu or Vaslak. The announcement's been made, but not something I can hear. And that's a single double. Oof. So Flanked and Surrounded was rolled. You'll hear me refer to those as single and double support, old habits. But yeah, Flanked and Surrounded is what he threw. So some rough aggro dice here for Jake and some key moments. It does look like it netted him a surge, though. I'm going to venture a guess that was get stuck in. Dread Pageant's got a War Scroll ability utilized. I'm going to see if going into game 2 I can't get those War Scroll counters on screen a little bit better. I already appreciate what the players have done there. So Davey rolling hot with a crit success there against, I believe, no success. Catch Weapon coming out and giving a... Okay, Yeah. So Art Skull goes down, but catch weapon on death, passing. Not even on death. I believe just on a successful attack made, being used to hand Vasilak a charge token there. But yeah, if we look at Dread Pageant's War Scroll, all I can tell is that he has inflict 1 damage on somebody on a treasure token, still available. That's Cruel Pangs. And I can tell you that he has used push each damage friendly fighter 1 hex. You can use this ability only once per game. I don't know if he still has Drown in Pain or Gross Hubris. It does look like we've seen Get a Move on You Gets from Jake. Use some power step, give your leader a charge token, then push. Oh, you know what? No, I don't think we've seen that from him. I think he removed that as a reminder to himself that is no longer available. Brian just offered to zoom the camera out just a little bit to give us a little more view. So he's doing that now. Oh, he's actually giving us less view on accident. He said, unfortunately, he's going to give more lap view. All right, so that tells us that the Dread Pageant still have. Let's see. Dread Pageant still has Gross Hubris. Or sorry, Gross Hubris has been spent. They have Drown in Pain. Drown in Pain, use this in a power step. Give each damaged friendly fighter a guard token. You can only use this ability once per game. Oh, wow. Having that still, I think, is very good. Oh. And Davy's currently rocking. I don't think I've even Kill Bounty. No, I have not. So he's at 14. Get the bellies on the stream. Much better view, though. Those are dad bods right there. All right. So there were 2 sources for rerolls there. Davy rolling a success unless Cleave is in play. Poor orc rolls. Yeah. Sad orc noises. Yeah. Yeah, spinnerite. rough dice results there. Unless there's damage awarded that I can't see, but I have to believe that he would have drove Vasilak back as well. But I'm pretty confident because like results as they were, one of those upgrades would need to provide some sort of flanked or surrounded benefit, like hidden aid. But I don't think that's in play. Yeah, Orc's been having a rough go of it. Some additional damage going down from Glazette. The orcs are just not catching a break. That's getting driven into a stagger hex as well. You know, if so I'm seeing 4 damage on Thug right now out of 6 health. Planted next to Hadzu. So that means at least it's going to be difficult for Hadzu to be particularly the one that finishes this off. But what Hadzu could do, oh my gosh, does this War Scroll say, okay, folks, here's what's happening. So I'm pretty sure Hadzu's job is just to deal 1 damage and drive that fighter back onto that 1, because then Cruel Pangs can finish him off. Pick a fighter holding a treasure token, inflict 1 damage on that fighter, use this ability once per game, right? So thankfully, we see a charge here from Jake, so that's not how that's going to pan out. But yeah, that would have been extremely brutal. And frankly, it's still totally set up. It would just be token 3 now. That's a hard thing to see coming. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Jake, don't remove them. Don't remove them. Oh well, I mean, re-roll them for sure. So I believe there's 2 successes in there, but that's a crit. Oh, so that's a stand fast. That's a support. That's 1 less damage. Oh. We do see a surge coming down for Jake. Too fast for me to catch. Yeah. If Davey goes for the play, without any sort of movement tricks, then that is Unrelenting Massacre for Jake. Assuming Jake has it in hand. Or runs it. Yeah. If Davey charges, it gifts 3 glory. Yep. And it looks like that's going to be the case. Well, he's thinking about it. Oh, just a move. Just a move. Yeah. Good call out. So Slippy, that's an awesome contribution. He says you need to with that pairing, unless he's got Annihilation. So what he's saying is the ceiling would be too low on a Blazing Assault Reckless Fury deck if it was not running Unrelenting Massacre. So you can assume its presence as a result of the ceiling being too low otherwise. Again, unless you're running Annihilation, but then you're a madman. Smart move on Davey for sure. Absolutely. Davey's got 1 activation left. And some... it looks like I failed on something that caused Vasilek to move. I don't think that was Davey's own agency. I think that was a drive back. Is Davey focusing? Maybe Davey doesn't see the Cruel Pangs kill. Oh, or maybe he just wanted a better end phase. We'll see what that bought him. Yeah, Davey focused. So that's 2 charges, a move, and a focus. So not going for the arrow shot and Cruel Pangs finisher there. So what do we have there coming out? I believe that's a countdown card. Taking a look. Oh, here's the end phase. Here's what I want to see. That's loaded to bear and 2 points on something. Is that Wreckers? No, I saw Wreckers earlier, I believe. Oh, I can't quite tell what that is. Maybe as it moves, we can see it. But either way, it looks like game to Davy. And again, Orcs had some rough dice that game. So props to Jake for keeping it so close. 11 to, I think 17 is the net out there. We'll post that. I didn't get an extra look at that objective. I wonder. Hold on. Was that was stay close? 100%. That's what it was. It was 2 points for score this in an end phase if there are no fighters in edge hexes. That was from Rack and Rune. All right. So final score again, 11 to. Oops, I bumped it up, but I think it was 17. Yeah. Definitely was stay close. Okay. So re-racking, shuffling up. So that was a game that was played with a lot of charge denial on Davy's part. In the sense that very often Davy was moving fighters instead of charging them, pushing them into position to make attacks. I mean, that first round, the first 3 moves from Dread Pageant were non-aggressive, and then for that to net out with 2 bodied orcs and like the potential to body a third, wild. You can't not run Corn's Chosen. So I'm going to take a fun moment to shout out end of edition 1. Spinnerite had me addicted to. Here we're actually going to switch cameras. At the end of the first edition of Underworlds, Spinnerite turned me on to, and this was through what the decks, as well as just an ongoing chat that we often had together, turned me on to playing. Oh, the name escapes me. Help me out here. It's a 4-fighter Chaos Warband, very early first edition Warband. Not Garrick's Reavers. If chat doesn't beat me to it, I'll get there. It is Magor's Fiends. Got there. Beat your chat. Magor's Fiends plus Ramlock Relics was just an absolute blast. And yeah, when you're playing that deck, you have access to an 8 Glory end phase. And I mean, you're not taking that. The memes alone, the one time you score that, you're going to have a personal victory that you're never going to forget. That was a wonderful time, and in particular that was a flex pairing, generally like a hold 2 flex pairing where those were the amount of treasure tokens you wanted to be on, previously called objectives. We have a report coming from Brian. 18 to 11 at the end there. Oh, okay. I had it right, and then I had it wrong, and then I had it right, and then I had it wrong. So 18 to Davey, 11 to Jake there. So Orcs have another game to try clawing it back from. Spinnerite was first, and nope, chat won. Oh, well, chat was lagging behind on my side. I believe it. There's no way that wasn't front of mind and directly into keyboard from Spinnerite. I'll give it to you. But I still got there without seeing it. So personal victory. It's like I scored 8 glory. But yeah, no, that one was a blast because for those who aren't familiar with the joy of that warband, one of the things that they had going for them, this is the first edition side of Underworlds DB. I really appreciate that Mcrat, the one that the individual that runs Underworlds DB, first off, hero to the community. You don't play this game without operating off of this site. I love it. But bringing them up here, warbands, they had this thing where, let's see, it was a Grayskull. Yeah, Gray Skull. So during an attack, during an attack action that targets this fighter and has failed, you can make this attack action. It must target the attacker, but here's the thing: this fighter cannot be driven back. So if you have a range 1 coming to him and you failed that attack, he's getting a chance to punch you back. But it also just meant that you had somebody with 4 health that couldn't be driven back and would stick to objectives. And I loved that he was the only one not rocking a helmet. So it's like, that's the guy that can't be driven back. Like it's I just love that it's the guy without the helmet. Like that's just pure bravado. Just like instilling fear in your opponent and sticking to that treasure token. Again, objectives in first edition. I'm really glad that we saw that changeover in terminology. It's one of the terminology changes that I greatly appreciate, strongly behind. Now, when somebody says objective, you know it means a card in your hand, whereas before it meant either treasure or a card in your hand. Made it confusing, especially when teaching new players. It's also it's a hard habit to break. You'll often hear me talk about, oh, he was on objective 5, and I really mean treasure 5. So something that's hard for us to shake. They're doing a draw up. I believe just initially, I don't think any mulligan decisions have been made. Davey's scanning his hand right now. Jake looks like he went and had a conversation with Gorka Morka about those dice. So we'll see. All smiles still from both players. All right, we're gonna make sure that we can see the play area. It's not really carved out yet, but we're gonna go ahead and switch over to it. Yeah, and I can totally see. I can totally see all of the war scrolls, so that's good. So this was. Yeah, this is Davy's token. So this was a board decision made by Jake. I'd be curious to pick Jake's brain later, and I'm curious why he favors this particular board. Maybe it's because he's got obstacles to hide around to help offset some of the range 2, 3, 4 that you can see from the Dread Pageant. So with the token change, placement change, we saw that first token from Jake having to be in center, whereas Davy's got freedom of all 3 of his. Is there a time Jake isn't smiling? No, not that I know of. Jake is so wholesome and an amazing conversationalist. When he comes to visit like this, we end up staying up way too late the night before, just talking about all sorts of different things. Underworlds related and otherwise. Running down last night included rabbit holes of reminiscing about when the Marvel Cinematic Universe was better and how we hope it might return to that. Excited to see maybe if James Gunn is able to restart the DC universe here with Superman in a satisfying way. See that slowly build to a crescendo instead of trying to fit a whole cinematic universe into the first couple of installments. Also, it's a conversation. Does Davey have a giant Cataclysm tracker? He does. And you know why he does? Because when Craig isn't forgetting to bring warbands back to Jake, he's doing cool things like making giant Cataclysm trackers. So that is from Craig. Go Craig. Speaking of movies, while we're killing time, I recently tried out the animated feature Predator Killer of Killers. Strong recommend. Then I watched Prey. I hadn't watched that. Thought that was really good too. So I'm definitely gonna go check out Predator Badlands when that comes out. My wife really enjoyed both as well. So all of a sudden, I've got her on board to see Badlands when that drops here soon. But Killer Killers was, frankly, one of the best Predator or Alien movies I've ever seen. It was up there. I don't think it beats Aliens. Like that's top tier. So I believe Davey won that. So Jake's gonna get the card benefit here. Davey's gonna get the decision. You know, for Jake, he's been enjoying going first and getting the punching going. Davey, this is a much harder choice for. Yeah. Davey wants to go second. Davey wants to be able to ensure opportunity to position both for Countdown and for Rack and Ruin. Jake is so far away, not going to lie. Yeah, well, so let's see. Morgoth's got his pick. Thug's got Glizette, but he's got to capitalize on that early. Otherwise, Glizette's going to have a chance to run away. In fact, if I was Davey and I went first, I'd be moving Glizette. So I think Thug has to make the first strike here. And then Artskull's got range 2. So again, their positioning hinges a lot on being able to reach Glizette right now. Anything fun from the floor to report, dear judge? Would you like the microphone? I'm gonna give you the microphone.
Oh boy! All right, this is Brian. So far reporting, we have Sam and Jason. Jason takes game 1. Jared and Alex. Jared takes game 1 there. Our first reported match of the round is Zach versus Bobby with 1 win each. Zach had 8 to Bobby's 16. It was Zach's Headman versus Bobby's Thricefold. So Zach takes game 1, 8 to 16, and then game 2 goes the other way, 18 to 13, in Zach's favor.
So
Bobby got game 1. Brain mush. And then we have Phil versus Wellner. Wellner taking game 1 with 23 to Wellner, 17 to Phil.
Whoa.
What up?
3 surges from Jake.
3 surges from Jake. Oh my God. Excellent hand there. And then looks like I have results waiting for me over at Ben and Emmett's table, so I will check in there.
And I'm back after that bomb 3 surge hand. Whoa. And damage down on Vaslak. Wow. An orc hit, 3 surges off of it. Yeah, so when orcs hit, they score 3 surges. That's just how it works. Slippy, I think I can do a rundown of warbands for you real quick. Just glancing out at the crowd, recognizing faces to what I know they're bringing, but I couldn't give you deck pairings off the top of my head. Eventually, we're going to make sure that that's all visible, available. We're going to do deck lists, make sure that it's all public. So local Ben Lilligardigan, the individual that did the professional printing of the digital warbands that's up in the raffle. For prize support, he's running Iron Souls Condemners. Emmett is running Grimwatch. Wellner is running Gits. Phil is running Hexbane. Bobby Thricefold. Zach Headsman. Let's see. Alex Black Powder. Jared of Battle Mallet is running Knives of Crone. Jason of Battle Mallet, brother into the Bolts. Sam of Canada, representative thereof, is running Mollog. And then we have on stream, obviously, Crushes and Dread Pageant. Yeah, that's the event. So actually no duplicates, all unique offerings. And some surprising results as well. All right, what am I catching up on here? as my eyes were scanning the room. So we don't have any Glory on Dread Pageant yet. We have no War Scroll use by either player. We have an upgrade coming in. So Orcs feeling much more rewarded this time around. Yeah, such a variety, such a nice variety. Brethren from Jason, interesting. Strong agree. I love culminating him this time around. Ooh. What's that second charge token doing? What's awarding that? Interesting. He's done quite well with them. I'll ask when Bobby gets back. I believe he took round 2 against Black Powders with them 2-0. And I think in round 1 he was 1-1. So he's potentially three wins and a loss with Brethren. That culminating him a favorite of mine now that it crescendos and stacks across the rounds. I love it. And maybe the way it always was, just something that we didn't realize because rules is written definitely was not the case, but maybe always is intended. Was that? Sorry, catching up on Illusory Fighter. Okay, that's what I thought it was. So that's why we saw an Orc reposition so strongly there. Pick a friendly fighter, remove that fighter from the battlefield, and then place that fighter in an empty starting hex in a friendly territory. 2 dice coming down. Hammer and single support. But why? I don't know what fueled that. Oh! It was oh my gosh, it was Shut It Pipsqueak. Did he just deny a surge? Or did he? Let's see. And he's charging in to get Hadzu. Hadzu with Thug. Here we go. On Son of the Realm. Oh! The heartbeat's back. Yeah, they're extremely squishy. Spinnerite, the Brethren, Strongery. Super fun, but quite difficult to pilot. Shout out to Jason on that regard. So Shut It Pipsqueak, by the way, I'm just going to read that real briefly. For those who don't know what we were talking about before, use this immediately after an opponent plays a ploy. Remove up to 2 Wah tokens from a friendly fighter, and then roll an attack dice for each token you removed. If the roll contains any hammer or crit, that ploy has no effect. So he stopped Under the Realm with Shut It Pipsqueak. Love to see it. Yeah, Spinnerite, I feel ya. So Spinnerite coming in the chat saying that the latest token change in the game. Hold on. We're going to instead, for a moment, talk about what Davey's up to. Davey is playing a War Scroll ability. And I got to pull the Dread Pageant back up. Frankly, I still have Magor's Fiends up instead. And we have Crusher repositioning there. All right. Dread Pageant did, I believe, push each damage friendly fighter 1 hex with Swiftest Desire there. And Given Hubris has come out, use this immediately after making an attack roll for a damage friendly fighter. If that, I'm not tracking these live well enough. All right, so we have Vasilak getting taken out. The orcs are coming back. So that's 6 glory for Jake. So Davy's scoring collateral damage. Goes immediately after you advance your Cataclysm Tracker 1 step as a result of a friendly fighter being slain. So that's getting Davy on the board. What I'm guessing happened is push through. I'm sure, I know both of these players are on top of it, and it's hard for me to get a complete picture. So, some of the time it's been, commentary's been a little harder than I'd like. Dread Pageant, full inspiring at this time. But Vasilak getting taken down, you know, being the main source of damage and at range 2, that's a huge deal. Vasilak this time around, being able to join the inspired party, has 4 swords and 2 damage. But yeah, push through is my best guess as to how that was possible. We have just a move there. Push through is a card that lets you, by the way, just onboard damage and then ignore any move or charge tokens you have. You can only do it with somebody who has a bounty characteristic of 2 or less, though. So Morgok would be straight out, but the other 2 fighters would be able to do that. It's very good. Vicious Intent coming down from Davey here for the stack roll. So that gives +1 dice or +2 if the target you're fighting already doesn't have any damage on them. I think it was just the +1 there that was taken. Yeah, because that was very much so a damaged fighter and one that was worth 3 glory. So that puts Davey at 4 and Jake at 6. All right. So Fields of Blood and Red Aftermath for Jake, putting Jake up at 8 in the end phase here. Wreckers for Davey for 2, putting Davey up at 6. Also looking at tokens on the board, Davey's going up 4, but he already went up 1 from collateral damage, so that's 5. That puts him at 2. So he has a Cataclysm value of 2 right now, as a result of, again, the 1 death he experienced, as well as the 4 from tokens right there. Just trying to catch what else was going on. I'm going to get rid of the dice cam for a moment. Okay, yep, we have him at 6. And I think he just tossed loaded for bear. So he's not going to score that. Okay, so I can peek Jake's hand. I can see that he's got Unrelenting Massacre, Bloody Momentum, and let's see. Yeah, Jake's got his custom deck sleeves. I love it. So right now we have swords going to Davey. Davey wins the roll off. Jake gets another card. And that first roll had to be re-rolled because I believe both fighters that are dead, offer 3 glory, Vestlak and Morgrak. So nobody is underdog at this time. Hence why that re-roll was needed. Yeah, this is anybody's game yet. Davey's doing a lot of counterplay. It looks like chat caught that Jake had to throw Arena Mortis away. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's not something that Davey's going to let him score. So it's going to be really hard to facilitate. That's a tough throwaway, though. That's one of the cards that you super want to score. I believe that was just a drive back that occurred, and a wah increase that's going to happen here. This is round 2. Let's go ahead and catch that. Yeah, the one thing I really like about the new underdog rule, which I do agree is weird, and I would say that still getting used to it. So weighing the pros, weighing the cons. Not sure how I feel about how it nets out in the end. But the thing I really like about it is the player that's down on models is more down on models, if you will, is more likely to win the roll off and be able to take first action. And when you have less models, especially let's just talk about the scenario. You're down to 1 model left. If you don't get to go first, attacks incoming that's going to take that fighter out, and then you're just out of the game, right? But instead, it weights your ability to have that first turn, stay in the game, start making actions with it. So I like that the player who has the least amount of bounty value in their surviving fighters is more likely to win the roll off and get that choice. Oh, I must have hit down. I tried to increment the round, and I must have decremented it instead. Let's see. Is that going to work? There we go. Game 2, round 2. All right, sorry about that. had some questions come my way. What do we have in the dice box here? We have 3 hammers. Unfortunately, from somebody I believe that was looking for swords. Yeah, that was from Thug looking for swords. Spinner, adding commentary on Underdog seems wrong when a warband like Zarbag's already strong benefits from it a lot. Something insulting about being 10 glory down and your opponent being Underdog because of 1 dead goblin. I would agree. I think that Underdog is a buff to hordes, especially early game. And I think that that's potentially something that's all right to have in the game. But Zarbags is currently top dog, and receiving a buff like that they can rely on is problematic. But I don't think that that's an underlying issue with the rule itself. I think that's an underlying issue with the power level of Zarbags. Like I think other hordes, it's okay for that to just be an inherent buff for them. All right, right here we have. Oh, what card was that? I know that card. That was a Rack and Ruin card. I want to say it was like low on options. Yep. Scores immediately after you discard a power card if 5 or more ploy cards are in the power discard pile. Let's make sure I'm neat and tidy on where the players are at in glory. I'm going to take down the dice box for a moment. I believe it's 8-8. All right. I'll be right back. Needed for something. I apologize. Enjoy the stream. All right, I'm back. Had some admin we had to take care of. All right. What I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna jump off the mic real quick to go take a peek at glory totals since they're coming off camera. But it looks like Jake's in the lead. All right, so currently it's 11-8 in Jake's favor. With an end phase coming in from Davey right now, that's let's see. Set explosives for at least 2, and something else that's covered up. So he's considering holding on to perfect cut. That's what's in his hand right now. Getting rid of that. Let's see if we can't see what is behind set explosives there. Bloody momentum and keep chopping from Jake. So that's 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it was spread havoc for 2. Thank you. All right. Close game going into round 3 here. Advantage orcs, I'd say, but only just barely. There's 3 wounds on each of the remaining orcs. Only 2 walk counter on Hard Skull there. All right, so Jake winning the roll off, I believe. And taking that first activation to come in with Ard Skull. So let's see. Dice box, is that a double? That's a double. So hammer into shield. Unless there's cleave, that's not cutting through. I'm not spotting cleave. So that is saved by Davey. Very intense. All right, and I thought that was the source cleave. Wow, that was a quest for swords, daggers, if you will, and netting none. With a lot a lot rolled into that. Because I believe that was a, let's see.
Listen to the banter.
Is that a uses melee after making an attack roll for a damage friendly fighter? If that roll contains no successes, you can reroll any dice in that roll. So that was the last War Scroll ability that happened there. Improvised attack coming in from Slake Slash to, I believe, Art Skull here. All right. Shield being enough to block it. Just drive back still going to happen there. Catch weapon. We're going to force a charge token. Oh my gosh. I'm loving seeing that played. It really changes what's possible. And it anytime the microphone goes dead, you can assume, and hopefully that doesn't happen anymore. That I'm helping with some admin on our side. It's just we're gonna make sure to prioritize the event here first. Stream second. Want to make sure it's a satisfying event for all the players in attendance. Are you on the edge of your seat? I am. I can't believe how close we are to the end of this game and current board state. Like that charge token on Slake Slash is immense. This tournament is held in Madison, Wisconsin, particularly at a game store called Noble Knight Games. That's where we play weekly. They're very good to us here. Fireproof coming down. No massive damage. I hear that's fine from Jake. The only remaining card for Jake right now is Unrelenting Massacre. Oh, ho, ho. That's a shout from Slippy in chat. That's wild. So that means outside of any bounty Jake has yet to collect, I mean, that can't be right. Unless, well, I mean, he has had to throw some cards away. So yeah, that can totally be right. So that's one success. Two of Hidden Aid is involved. But that's two successes from Davey. All right. So that must have been a single success, no Hidden Aid. Or a choice to just leave Davey there, but I don't think it was that. Could be. But yes, Noble Knight Games in technically it's Fitchburg, Wisconsin, but that's just a part of Madison, really, suburb of. So yeah, our regular game space. Both players looking very thoughtful. If I'm using my words correctly, pensive. Verifying what upgrades are across the table. That is dead close. Not gonna lie. I know. I hear you, chat. Edge of my seat right now. I have no idea whose game this is. I think it's leaning towards Jake right now. I think Davey's really thinking through how he can pull ahead. That's a hard puzzle to crack through right now. He's already scored Wreckers and spread Havoc, so it's not like he's got like that reliable glory from Countdown waiting in the wings. There's a focus action to draw some more power. We're getting some upgrades out. Couldn't tell you what. But that cow's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All comes down to end phase cards from Davey. Yeah, so in this particular match, I don't think we've seen Alone in the Dark, and I don't think we've seen Stay Close either. So there's 4 glory that Davey could be manufacturing, but Stay Close is currently blocked by Thug, and obviously Alone in the Dark is currently blocked by that whole situation. Now, Slick Slash had an out a moment ago. If Davey has Wary Tread, he could use Wary Tread to push Slick Slash away from Thug when the round comes to a conclusion, assuming those positions maintain. But now with them where they are, that's not going to be possible. He's going to have to move one of those fighters before pushing away himself. All right, I'm going to try to get in on that dice tray here. We're organizing the results. So it looks like a crit and 2 success, or not a crit and 2 successes, but three successes in total. With not enough successes from Snake Slash there. I think that was Desperate Defense that just broke to reduce the damage by 1 after a successful attack comes in, which is why Slink Slash only has a total of 2 damage marked. So we have 18 minutes left on this round. So as you can see, that's ample time to really kind of think this through and work to that end point. And we do have at least 2 other games still running at this time. Everybody else currently enjoying the opportunity of each other's company. Okay, so we got to move in from Glazette into an edge hex. So that that has me thinking that Stay Close is not being worked towards here. Maybe scored already. I have been pulled away a lot this match. Oh, charging out of Stay Close and into a position that would block Alone in the Dark. But choosing instead to block Stay Close. Very interesting setup here. It's going to be very difficult for Dread Pageant to set up any of the scoring that we've been referencing so far. All right. So I believe final activation there was a move from Glazette. Is that Total Collapse? No, that's another upgrade. Let's see. What has Davey done so far? He's done a successful standing attack from Slack Slash. He's done Focus, 2 moves from Glazette. I believe we're approaching end of round, unless that was with yeah, Alone in the Dark right there. So where he tread, so she had to move out of the way to allow where he tread there. So that's 2 points for Davey, and I don't know. That might be Davey's game. Davey might have just won on tiebreakers because that denies Unrelenting Massacre off of Gazette. And he's on tokens for tiebreakers. I think Davey just took game 2. I haven't seen any scoring coming down from Jake. They're talking through it right now. Yeah, no, I'm pretty confident that's what's happened. We just haven't seen anything further from Jake. Oh, they're laughing. They're laughing. What? That was so intense. Wow. What a well fought match. That was incredible. Oh, Davey's talking about how he was trying to also find a way to, yeah, just kind of talking through those last objectives that he wasn't able to squeeze out, including bloody and bruised. Did Davey just take that 14-14? Dang. Any desire for a recount to verify, or are they pretty content? But it's just a pretty big deal. So if Davey, yeah, so they're just doing a recount to just verify. All right, we'll verify final score here. That would mean that Davey moves on to the final round undefeated. And who awaits him there? Awesome game indeed. I'm really glad that we were able to capture that one on stream. Even if I had to step away several times throughout. Thanks, Slippy. Thanks for joining us. And hopefully a satisfying game awaits you for tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll have the games edited up like individually, the matches, by the time you check back in. But the stream is going to keep going, so feel free to just pick up where you left off. All right. Really? So the recount actually made it look like 15 from Jake, 16 from Davey. Either or, very, very well played game by the two of them. And again, that one goes to Davey. So netting out 15 for Jake, 16 for Davey. Yeah, Jake would have scored Arena Mortis there if at the end if he was able to hold it in. But started the game out strong with that triple surge off that one attack. Gotta love that. And again, just so well fought. So I'm gonna take a break real quick. Go grab some water and do anything I can do to help facilitate us going into this next round. I'm gonna switch the camera to me, but I'm gonna leave you with we don't have a screensaver, so you're just gonna enjoy the display case behind me in my absence. These are all sorts of painted miniatures that are for sale here at Noble Knight Games. That's where we're set up today. But all right, I'll be back. You can go take care of my voice. Check in, see if there's anything I can do to help from an admin standpoint, and get us locked in and ready for that final game coming up next. Yeah, so we do have one screensaver, by the way. It's just it's the screensaver from Worlds. Is the only one we have loaded in right now, and I don't want to load that one in, and since that's the type of graphic that we were only supposed to use for the World stream. So yeah, like I said, you're just gonna get this behind me. I can turn the camera now. We'll I was like, do I turn the camera off altogether? What is the final game? I don't know yet. There are other matches still wrapping up. I'll be back. I'll talk more at you. I won't be gone long. So, but yes, it'll be pageant versus, I think, headsman, but we'll see. All right, I'll be back. All right, chat. Who do we still have with us? Shout out if you're still here. Shout out if you're excited for the finals. We don't know who yet the matches or the pairings are going to look like. We still have one game going. I'm not sure if that game impacts who's going to be in finals, but I don't want to speak too quickly either. So Brian will be with us. I might even, well, we'll see. I'm sure he's going to sit down and verify everything with me because we want to make sure that everything's going well, especially with the experiment that has been best of two pairings. It does mean that the glory differential tiebreaker is probably going to matter a lot here for whoever is going to be up against Davey. We know at the very least it'll be Davey. So you're going to see Dread Pageant again in the finals. Hey, Val. And Black Canario still with us. Love it. Yeah, expect more Dread Pageant. I'm going to take this moment to let you know that Davey just came off of a 48-hour work shift. So Davey's EMT, and as I understand it, very little sleep offered to him over the last 48 hours, and he's still somehow doing what he's doing. In fact, during the match, I mentioned that I thought for sure he was going to use Hadzu to deal damage, push onto that treasure, use Cruel Pangs. He was like, I'm sure I made a clever decision going for focus instead there. As in, like, maybe that's not something that was on his mind at that moment. But give the man some credit. He's on 0 sleep, or close to. So Brian's here with me again. By the way, we did not coordinate this, but our wives noticed. So okay. Yeah, so the final match just came in. Are you kidding me? Wow. So Iron Soul versus Grimwatch, Ben versus Emmett. That is a tie, 1-1, and a glory total of 33-33. So as close as it gets without having Gits at the table. Yeah, I'll keep you in frame while you're thinking. All right. I might need to mute the mic as we verify some stuff real quick. In fact, I think I shall, but I'll still be here. All right. So that silent theater was verifying all of the final pairings. So we have Zach versus Davey for the win here. How this is working, and we knew this was going to happen to some extent. Like this was something that we were prepared for with the best of two experiment. So Davey is undefeated. Davey has 6 game wins behind him, 3 match wins behind him, no losses. Zach is coming from a 2-0, a 1-1, and a 1-1. But you're going to have a lot more ties in a best of 2 environment. He also then has the highest glory differential amongst people with that record. Right. So that's 4 game wins and 2 game losses, and then glory differential from there. That means that Zach is top of that tier of players. Hold please, brain rebooting. So what that ends up meaning is that we knew that finals was going to be a best of 3 if it needs to be, because we want to make sure it comes to a satisfying conclusion. But what it doesn't mean is that just because Davey has an undefeated record right now, does that mean that Davey like has auto won the event or anything like that? Like if you look at how BCP does tournament points, Davey's technically at 9 points. He's got 3 for each of his 2-0s, whereas Zach is only at 5 tournament points. 3 for the first match, and then 1 for each of the consecutive matches. And that's okay, because we didn't allow players the opportunity to compete during that third game. We knew this type of record could potentially match up against an undefeated player, and that's totally fine. That was part of the experience and the understanding going into this. If Zach takes this, it is Zach's victory, regardless of the fact that he has more or he has less match wins, fewer tournament points than Davey, because we've essentially top 2 cut it. Here, this is the finals. These 2 players did earn their way here, and we're going to see who comes out. Blazing Cataract. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and start working on those 4 players. So the rest of the pool, just for the folks who are wondering what the other players are still playing for. So first off, so many folks are in position to get third place. Third place is a $75 gift card to Noble Night Games. Entry into the event was only $20. So that's something fun to compete for. But everybody is still competing for Best in Grand Alliance as well. And so every player from each Grand Alliance is going to, the best overall player from the event, their record, is going to get these Grand Alliance tokens that we made up, as well as then their choice of a warband from the Grand Alliance warband boxes matching their Grand Alliance. So, let's go ahead and turn over to the table here, make sure that it's getting framed up nice. Yeah, that's looking good. All right, and then I got to get Jake switched out for Zach, so I'll do that now. All right, so Jake is Zach. That's changed. And then left player we have on Headsman with Blazing Countdown. I'll use Countdown since I've been using Countdown when referring to this deck so far. Oops. There we go. And then we'll get everything reset. So this is going to be game 1 of the finals. This will be round 1. I can actually program that reset to be reset to 1-1 instead of reset to 0-0. That's just what I have the reset program to. Future note, improvements. Val rooting for Slake Slash in particular to win the event. And we have a roll off. Didn't quite catch the results, but we'll see here. Davies tackling the board, so Davy must have won the roll off, which means Zach's tokens now, Davies later. And if a third game is required, it will be a roll off for this once again, which is actually codified now. That is in the like tournament organizer document, the official one that Game Workshops has published. I think I said Game Workshops. I took the plural and moved it around. All right, so that first placement from Zach just over the line, which boxes out a large swath of where Davey can place that token. In fact, that forces the token to be in a position where a Violent Blast is going to matter from Cataclysm. So that's rather interesting. All right, so we only have a single token in Zach's territory. When thinking about something like set explosives, which I think Zach is thinking about, it's going to be pretty difficult for Davey to lock down. He's going to need to either control all three of those tokens in his territory in some way, shape, or form, because it's hold two at least, as well as all in one or more territories, right? So if Davey wants to get access to those one token territories to fulfill that all in one territory statement, he's going to have to really come to the headsman player. So that's pretty big. Zach has a lot of push tech available to him in his pairing, and that's going to matter when it comes down to scoring denial, like Alone in the Dark and Rack and Ruin. Or sorry, Stay Close. Frankly, I think that Zach is favored in this matchup going in, which I'll be really excited for either of these individuals. Like one of these individuals is going home with a golden ticket. One of these individuals you will see at Worlds. I'm excited for whoever that ends up being. I would say, like, going into a match like this, I'm always rooting for who I think is on the back foot. So with that scope in mind, I'm rooting for the Dread Pageant. But again, strongly excited to see these matches and to see who nets out here. Some things to think about. So Rack and Ruin doesn't have a restricted card, which means Davey's able to bring Spread Havoc along from Countdown to Cataclysm without restriction. Zach, if he's got Spread Havoc, that means he does not have Illusory Fighter because both of those cards are restricted in his pairing and he's only allowed to bring one restricted card. Multiple rolls at the beginning here to decide who's going to be the first player. Davey's going to get the decision. Zach's going to get the card. Was that right? I think that's how whose dice belong to who. Regardless, Zach is taking first activation. That's good scripter coverage from chat here. Yeah, Indeed. And that's before like any pushes. And with Zach going first, you know, he's going to get it right away. So that's a ham token. As long as I've known Zach, he's always used ham tokens for everything, and he makes sure to add puns to them as well. There's a crit in that roll. I believe that's the only success in that roll. And no success from Davey. So whoever was the target is taking a damage. The target was Slake Slash. So that ham here is a condemned, but like if you can say it with ham, it's a conham token. So Slake Slash is conhammed. I'm not doing this to you. Zach does this to me, and so I'm transferring that. If I have to live with conhams, so do you. So 1 point to Zach here with that surge. I'm gonna get Blazing Kata. I'm gonna guess that was aggressive defender. It did have a crit in it, so it could have been a critical effort. But we'll try to keep an eye on that. So what do we have here from Davey out the gate? That looks like that's from Kata, and it is a roll. I believe that's Under the Realm again. Yep. So 100% chance to draw Sunder Realm in round 1. Oh, hey, the judge stepping in for you this stream. Very, very kind of him. Right now we don't see damage on fighters. So I think Brian's gonna move fighters. All right, so we're gonna see fighters brought in. Very nice of the judge to help us out here from a stream standpoint. It wasn't something I wanted to bother the players about, but also I know the players don't mind. So thank you. Oh wow! All right, so after that, Son of the Realm, we've got damage on the Scripter and the Wielder. That Wielder in such a menacing forward position. Is this a standing attack from Hanzu? I think this is. All right, so I believe that's a crit in the roll and nothing in the defense. So we're going to see a damage manufactured from Hadzu to... And Hadzu, I believe, automatically has grapple, which is why we were able to pull that fighter forward. I'm going to pull up my references. Yes, indeed. Wasn't sure if he got that off of Inspire or if he always had it. He always has it. All right. We see the Sharpener coming in to get a piece of, because that everybody wants that. All right. What do we have here? 3 hammers from, I believe, a fighter rolling swords. Indeed. One of the things I'm excited about in the countdown mirror here is the push and pull on who is going to have feature token control for how far that fuse is able to arc across each round, right? If Davey's holding for the purpose of things like set explosives, then he's directly pulling away from Zach's fuse. Zach is not necessarily incentivized to. Well, I mean, they're both rocking countdown, so that would be a misstep on my part. Yeah, they're both incentivized in the same way to hold the same amount of tokens, and again, pulling at each other's fuses. So Glazette on the 5 there, I believe. Or sorry, Hadzu. All right, so we have at least one success, possibly two, depending on his target. I believe his target might have been the scripter. Nope, it was the sharpener. Okay, so that was 2 successes. I'm surprised that damage went through. Maybe that was more successes. But that damage going through on the sharpener there. And he could potentially grapple him, maybe away from that edge to help against stay close, moving the sharpener into the stagger hex. Currently surprised not to see it. Yeah, it didn't happen. Some card-driven movement on the wielder there, I believe. Cow butchery. So, Brian's helping me out with acquisition of the physical war scrolls as well as the physical fighter cards, so that I can stop referencing my phone and have a bit quicker view for you. Give you the best commentary we can manufacture today. So that was actually just a move from Zach on his turn here, moving the bearer of the block onto the 3. That is 1 token over the line. So if Zach is hanging on to set explosives, then he could go to the 4 or the 1 to guarantee that. It would be a tad awkward, as it wouldn't advance the wielder's desire to plant damage into people's faces with that giant sword, but scoring is scoring. All right, Glazette coming in as a temptation, hanging out on the 4 with a charge, fueling it. Davey doesn't have to think as much about. He's actually already sundered the realm, Black Canario. Oh, okay, so the counter charge came in from the wielder here. So Glazette is throwing and looking for swords there and landing hammers. That's a scary position for her to be in. But ultimately, that's a position that Zach could have charged into, and Zach's only got 1 activation left, so there's probably more to that counter charge. I mean, for one, it's to offer defense support for sure, but I am suspicious that it's probably for more, and we'll see here shortly. I suppose Zach still has Sun to the Realm, but this would be a terrible time for Zach to do that. Assuming Zach runs it. Yeah, I think it was lining up for the cow hit as well. So Davies already actually popped 2 of his War Scroll abilities. Davies popped, let's see, at the height of it, inflict damage on somebody who's holding a token. So that's responsible for one of the damage that we see present on the headsman. And of course, that's helped fuel Davies' Inspire status, which I'm sure he's extremely happy to have. And then Swift as Desire is also popped. Use this in a power step. Push each damage friendly fighter 1 hex. You can only use this ability once per game. So that was definitely utilized to get the cow originally out of harm's way. Definitely no longer the case after that counter charge. In fact, that is exactly Black Canario calling the shots of the game right now. And that's only one success coming from the wielder with a reroll. And what did that reroll net us? The light is sheening. I think that's 2 successes to 1. Yeah. So that's a lot of damage down on Slick Slash. Slick Slash still holding on to the Veil of Life with 2 health. We've seen no ability usage from Headsman thus far. We have Glory. I'm sleeping on Surges, apparently. Davy's at 2, so we'll go ahead and crank that up. Let's see if I can't peek what those were. That might be under the dice tray. I think that's Shocking Assault. Unsure about the other. So maybe Bloody and Bruised. Cow hit confirmed. Absolutely. All right, Vaslak coming in. And rolling only a single success to a single success. So that's not going to find purchase. That might have even been 2 successes. It looks like there's a guard token in play there, and I didn't quite read those defense dice fast enough. But either way, not finding purchase. We're starting to get ready for the next round. Well, he hasn't tossed set explosives, but he has at least 2. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. If he's going for it, he does have that, absolutely. And you might have peeked that. I'm not muted. I can mute. Oh, I've missed a cow death. All right. So we have some glory to situate as a result. So 4 to 4. Oh. Huh. I'm not going to move anything, but we have a black bar on the right side. Like maybe it's been framed this way for a while and I just didn't notice it. But I'm gonna leave it be. Maybe I'll mess with it after the game. Oh, Zach got first move there. Wow. All right. All right. So the wielder, bearer, and scripter are all inspired, and everybody that's alive obviously is inspired for Davy. No slick slash. All right. I don't see any. Yep, there we go. I was gonna say I don't see any guard tokens on the board, so that's an attack that's going through against ghosts when they roll 2 shields. So we've got 3 damage on the wielder right now. So outside of some sort of great fortitude situation, that's 2 health remaining on the wielder. All right, Vasilak on to which token's that? 2? I believe 2. We're in round 2. I'm gonna bump that up. There we are. I predict 1 support and 1 sword on core attack. Told you. He says, "You're calling all the shots." Chat is prophetic. So we have Vicious Intent coming in here for a 4 dice attack from Davey, giving us a crit and a success from that roll. And we see, where's that rolling into? Oop, that's, you can see I'm checking it out and just clicking the wrong buttons. So yeah, that's going to go through. And so the wielder goes down, putting my face right in the middle of the finals. It was my intention all along. So that's 3 more points to Davey. And I believe a Surge scored as well. Technically, I was in the finals. Face at least. Thank you, chat. Crit and 2 swords coming in against a crit and a success, but that was probably, yeah, that was a successful attack, dealing 1 damage to Glazette. Opportunity for drive back there. There was no overrun or stand fast potential due to the even crits rolled. So they're both down their most bodacious pieces. And Oh wow, we're seeing the bear go down as well. There, that had to have been an attack from Vasilak. Um, oh wow, the ghosts are just getting torn apart. All of a sudden, round two, uh, very Ghostbusters. So that's 2 kill bounty for Davey. All right, so Lizette only being driven back from that attack. Ghost hanging on with a scripter, sharpener, and a prayer. And hopefully Nagash is listening. Well, chat, Davey is like, I was working for 48 hours and then took 12-hour drive. I ain't going out of here without first place. That's Black. Canario coming in with commentary. He did have a 48-hour shift, but he is local. So no 12-hour drive for him, but still. I'm sure there was at least 12 hours of driving during that shift. Pushing Dread Pageant to the limits, though. That's for sure. He might not even be fully awake right now. This might be some sort of like flow state fugue that he enters after draining 48 hours from his body. Like it's just pure muscle memory at this point. All right, so we have the end of the round coming up here, and we have Spread Havoc from Zach for 2 points. We have Set Explosives and Spread Havoc from Davey for a total of 4 points, putting Davey at 14. A strong lead here. 8 points for Zach to overcome in round 3. It's going to be a tall order. Low on options coming out from Davey as well. 15. I think that was Sundering Weapon coming out on Glazette there. I can actually see the picture, so I can see if I can't find the match. Yeah, Sundering Weapon. So that fighter has Cleave, so that's going to help against any guard tech that comes out. But it's doing very little outside of that. Maybe helping set up for another Loaded with Bear option, if that has yet to score. But also investing in a fighter that's already vulnerable. Oh, not vulnerable. 2 health left. Go you, Lizette. All right. Glazette being the one that is conhammed this round. And taking a damage from the scripter. Scripter pointing at her and probably invoking her middle name to cause that much damage and fear upon her while reading from that list. We have an improvised attack coming in from Davey. Could be from Hads, it could be from Glazette. Definitely on the scripter. With 1 success, scripter is going to double crit and be totally safe here. That could have been backbreaking. So hammer. And my habit, anytime I see 3 different dice, makes me want to say Branching Fate. But it looks like that was from a fighter that was seeking swords, so shocking assault to Zach. Regardless of how this shakes out for Davey, we're hosting Blood in the Clock Tower at my house after this. Everybody in attendance is invited, and it's one of Davey's all-time favorite games. And I assume his reward for the day is going to involve a nap instead of enjoying another one of his all-time favorites, which is a pity because he is an absolute hoot in Blood of the Clock Tower. For those familiar, it's essentially if you're familiar with Werewolf or Mafia, it's a game that's best in class in that category. But tournaments like this, we always make sure that there's dinner to be enjoyed by everybody afterwards. So we'll all go out to dinner, and for the travelers, make sure that we squeeze every inch out of enjoyment, or every inch of enjoyment out of it as we can. And so, games, good company, drinks, all that stuff. Jake's wife is not here, and I suspect it is directly related to previous experiences with Blood and Clock Tower. Absolutely. Violent Blast coming out there from Davey to probably guarantee Alone in the Dark. And that's moving the sharpener away. Well, I apologize. It's not that stage in the game. It's limiting targets is what it has to be doing. Limiting options. If it was going into end phase, that's 100% what that would have been used for. All right, here in the dice box, we have a crit success. And after the reroll, that's all we still have. And then no successes from Davey means a dead Glazette. Or at least not enough successes. But it looks like that was probably with Desperate Rage. Zach's picking up perfect cutoff of that. It's going to take me a second to admin and make sure that we've got all the scoring. For example, Davey was also able to score off of death itself there in losing Glazette. Collateral damage. So assuming I'm tracking correctly, just because some of the glory has drifted off the screen, there's just so much to collect. 9 to 16 in Davey's favor. Looking, I've got about 3 power cards left in my deck. Davey's thinking. From Zach, I haven't seen Wreckers yet, but that's not looking promising. Glazette being the only candidate for that so far. He's got the scripter left. Oh, Total Collapse. Is Total Collapse about to take down? Is Total Collapse looking for hammers? If so, problems. No, Total Collapse is looking for swords or crits. Oh, so that did not go off. I think that was a damage onto Hadzu. Yep, absolutely. And Hadzu's now staggered. I'm gonna guess that Hadzu was also rocking Desperate Defense, which just broke. Something just broke on him. That would when taking damage like that. As far as the cards in his deck, that would be the one that would make sense. Two crits, one dodge. Hadzu immediately getting revenge. The ghosts are tabled. It's an extra glory for Davey. And I might have missed the glory for the sharpener. He might actually be at 18. All right. Judge just announcing. Because we're doing a best of 3, we're giving 2.5 hours for the best of 3 for this round. I don't think that we're going to. It's more time pressure to make sure that players keep on pace. We're going to make sure that games come to a satisfying conclusion. And these players, I'm sure, will reach that. We'll reach that endpoint. I'm gonna go check to see how many glory that netted out. But we have Brian. Brian's on it for me. But that was a game to Davey. So game 1, wrapping up across the whole room. So every player right now is playing best of 3, not just the final table, and that's because since we went with the best of 2 format, we have so many situations where tiebreakers matter, and people are vying for best in Grand Alliance. We want to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity for best of 3 here in the finals. And so it's essentially a room-wide finals. 11 points for Zach, 23 for Davey. So I'll go ahead and display that up on the screen real quick, just to do it proper, close it out. So a decisive victory for the Dread Pageant there. I can hear Fish Mode, other mic, from here, hooting, hollering, screaming at his screen. Tons of excitement to be had. Those Pageant are indeed doing some damage. All right, so we're gonna give them a chance to reset. So we'll bring. Oh, we'll leave the camera over there. But no, we'll pull it in. Indecision. Hi, I'm back. I'm watching to know when we need to jump back in. But in that case, Davey got boards. So that was Zach's tokens. So Zach's going to get board and Davey's going to get tokens. I think this is actually what Davey's hoping for. I think, when given either side of the setup, that's the advantage he's looking for. So I think he's going to be pretty happy. Now, headsmen are also happy to receive like the best positions possible for them from a starting hex standpoint. So I think both players are getting their advantaged setup here. Hard to say who kind of like ekes out, and we'll take a look as it goes through. Players are stepping off to use the restroom, so it'll be a moment hanging back with me. So, how do you think the next round is going to go? What do you think? What do you think needs to happen for headsmen to take this next game? Do you think it's going to be as deadly for them as it was here? Has Nagash forgotten them? I'm getting a question from the chat from Spinnerite. With some more games now, how are you feeling about the token changes? On the episode that I was on where I ran down the changes, I think episode 171 for us. By the way, I really know how to drive a conversation into a cul-de-sac. They let me host sometimes, and I don't know why. I felt like there were many times where I went a little long-winded or kept the discussion going on a topic where we'd reach like the finer points and I was digging for more. But what you get when I host, I suppose. But all that aside, in that episode, I mentioned that I was kind of um, leaning more towards not enjoying the change. I think there's a lot of big losers, and the more I've had time with the change, the more that opinion is solidified. So I think it is overly punishing to the hold playstyle in general, which is a playstyle that was heavily damaged. Sure. I'll stick by that. Heavily kneecapped, hurt, hindered by the latest update because Cataclysm and um, Emberstone Sentinels is a hard pairing now. Like the glory that's available there, you have to pick between a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer, and it just kind of reduces your options in that pairing. There's other parts of that change that factor in there. But anyways, hold play style is hurting a lot right now as a result of the change in general. Um, the roll off determines how um, how much your opponent can punish you for choosing that play style. And also, so like it has to be very invasive holding most of the time. But I think the better argument to make here, driving conversation into cul-de-sac again, better argument to make is bigger losers like Kagra. Like Kagra is going to have a much harder time inspiring now when they lose like that roll off. I guess so if they win boards, they've lost the roll off in the sense that they don't have the tokens. But anybody with movement value of 2, like Thundrix and Sepulchral Guard, I think they're really really hurting. Zandara's is one of my favorites, and I think the token change hurts them a lot as well. So um, we're going to tune in to the players here shortly. It looks like they're drawing up their first hands, and I don't want to miss the roll off. But I think you can fix. I think if you just remove the hard requirement for a player to place a token in center, yeah, you resolve the situation. So if a player needs one, like let's say they're running Countdown to Cataclysm, and it's really valuable for them to have one there. It's not like either player is going to lose out on the opportunity to place one there. Like if I'm going first, I can put one there. If I'm going second, there's no way that first placement can fully block it. So leave it up to the players. There isn't enough card driven reason for one to be directly in the center all the time. So, all right. Zach is setting up the board. So let's take a look at that. When I asked about what Headsman can do in this game, Black Canario chimed in, and this has been the chat profit of the day. They need to kill cow leader and leader or leader in first round. I think they were pretty close to successful in doing so against Slake Slash in the last round. But yeah, particularly killing Vasilak would be huge. So Davey really wants to guard that placement and make sure that the scripter doesn't have a good opportunity against Vasilak. So, analyzing maybe why Zach chose all of the sides here, I think it pushes his opponents forward a little bit for him and gives him some really forward outposts for deployment. Excited to see how deployment goes here. And I'm going to go ahead and reset. So this is game 2, round 1. We're starting at 0 glory for both players. Not fronting either player any glory. All right, I'm going to cough, so I'm going to mute my microphone real quick. All right. So, um, I'm back. I'm fine. It wasn't all coughing while I was away. Brian stopped over, and we have the roll off here. So, crit for Davey, swords for Zach. Zach's getting a card. Davey's getting a tough decision. I assume Davey's going to want to go second here. But what's really tough about that is, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Actually, yeah. So that would mean that Vasilak isn't in range of Scripter. So I think Davey really wants Zach to go first here. It guarantees that the Scripter is picking Glazette or Slick Slash. Oh, wow. Thricefold just took down Gets 21-19. That was Bobby versus Wellner as a game update. All right, so Glazette taking on the Cunham, and Scripter running into position for both something like aggressive. Oh wow, 2 crits there. Aggressive defender and shocking assault. Yeah, positioning does look pretty rough for Zach. I'm curious why so far back. I was expecting a lot more forward positioning, but Zach has a lot of field time behind this warband, a lot. So I trust he's got a plan. And we saw spread havoc from Zach in the last round, I think. Let me know in the chat if I'm wrong about that. But that means that he doesn't have a illusory fighter, so that's one repositioning trick unavailable. Because it's either or. He either has that and doesn't have spread havoc, or he's taking on the 1 to 2 free glory from spread havoc. We have Damned If You Do coming out from Davey there. So requesting, hey, would you like a push or would you like a damage? Zach took on the damage. So Davey handed that over to the wielder. All right, from Davey, we're seeing 1 hammer. So yeah, so no successes there, and that was for shocking assault. Hence why he didn't want to take on the push. So that's 1 glory for Zach there. Mads Birch coming in, requesting some information on the tournament as a whole. How many players in the tournament, and what round is this out of how many? This is round 4 out of 4. So we'll start there. That this is the finals, and we are watching the game, the match to determine who is getting a world's invite. And the rest of the room is also competing in a best of 3. It's a room-wide best of 3. And they are competing for 3rd place, which is a $75 gift card, as well as everybody's competing for Grand Alliance placements. Yeah, they could win best in Grand Alliance for themselves, which is something we really like to celebrate here. Players, 12. 12 players here. We had 11 people registered who were able to make it. We had 13 people registered, 2 drops, and we had a ringer lined up. The ringer is our Thricefold player, Bobby. But yeah, so we have 2 of those gift cards. So this series that we're watching right now, one of them is going to Worlds, and one of them is getting $75 to Double Night Games. Oh, the ringer. Ringer is somebody who you kind of scheduled to be on standby. You say like, hey, so Bloody and Bruise coming down from Davey right here, getting him some seed glory from the damage just put down on the bear. But Ringer, yeah, you schedule them and you say like, hey, if we have an odd number of players, we want to avoid a bye, so please play so that we can avoid a bye. And then that's their role. So in this case, we had our Ringer double booked in the sense that like it was like you're either playing, as the Ringer to make sure we don't have buys, or you're joining me as a co-commentator. So you got 2 voices today. Folks are realizing if Davey wins, that means a reduction in mustache commentary at Worlds. Indeed, that would. All right, we're seeing a Billaham usage from Zach on his War Scroll here. Discorporate. So this is his whole activation. Pick a friendly fighter to use this core ability. Remove that fighter from the battlefield and then place them in an empty hex. You can only use this ability once per game. Oh, thank you, Davey. I didn't quite catch it, but thank you. We have a surge there for Davey. So 2 to 1. Worlds is going to need a mustache ringer then. 10-4. Yes. Black Canario coming in with a question. Wait, treasures are empty hexes? Yes, they are. So the only thing that is not an empty hex is an occupied hex or a blocked hex, I believe. But yes, a feature token does not create an occupied hex. We got some pretty even damage spread across the battlefield here. All right. Vasilak charging. Going for the bearer, I assume, but maybe the scripter. 2 swords is no-go from Vasilak. That's a disappointing roll for Vasilak. Oh, he's got Wreckers in hand. I wonder if that's what that was about. I think he just drew into spread havoc. All right, most of the venue is cleared out, so I'm gonna have to be careful of my voice. I want to make sure that you can hear me the stream, but I want to make sure that the players across the room cannot. Especially as I speak to what is in hands and what I anticipate folks might be able to do. Just quietly observing, trying to find, actually observing a little more than just the game at hand. The room has just gone so silent. Outside of some friendly chatter from the Underworlds players, but everybody else has vacated the venue. Free RPG day is over. The Netrunner tournament is over. And I don't know if it was a Netrunner tournament or a Netrunner get-together. I think it was a tournament, but either way, we are the standouts in the space. The space is ours. All right, so we are seeing an ability use from Davey right now. Use this in a power step. Pick a fighter holding a treasure token. Inflict 1 damage on that fighter. You use ability once per game. So he's assigning a damage to. Let's see. Either the scripter or the wielder. And I think it was to the wielder. Yeah, this is anybody's game yet. Davey also just used Swift's Desire. Use this in a power step. Push each damage-friendly fighter 1 hex. You can only use this ability once per game. So that moved Glazette and is moving. Vasilak doesn't have any damage. Wary Tread moved Vasilak there. So from what I'm seeing, I've seen Alone in the Dark. Wreckers and Alone in the Dark. Because Davey is not able to advance his Cataclysm Tracker due to Zach's positions. Zach's positions actually helping facilitate Wreckers there. Alone in the Dark as well, coming out for Davey. That's 4 points. And then that looks like Desperate Rage down on Slick Slash. That's terrifying. I love Wary Tread. I love what Davey was able to facilitate there to make Alone in the Dark happen. Frankly, the Dread Pageant looked like a blast to me because of how much I enjoy Rack and Ruin. It's actually my favorite deck in the new edition, and I never saw that coming. I think in scoring, Zach was only able to pick up 1 point. And I think I missed granting him another point because he's showing 3. So it's 3-6. So I'll at least true that up now. Not quite -4. Chat asking, so Zach moving his leader closer to ally would result in -4 for Davey. Not quite. Davey's only beginning to round the corner on Countdown's like zone of value 1. So Zach would have needed to have not been on 2 tokens to push that reality forward. All right. A sword and a double. So Davey would have still got Wreckers, but would not have gotten Alone in the Dark. So it would have been -2. Okay, so Bear of the Block just came in. So we're in round 2. Zach taking first activation, trying to get some damage down on the cow, pushing Slick Slash into the Stagger token. What is that? That's total collapse. I'm remembering card imagery. Nope, not total collapse. What is that card? Oh, is it just a Stagger token? Hold up. I think that's from Rack and Ruin. Ominous Rumbling, another choice card. Fun. This isn't what I run personally just because of how often Stagger tokens are already handed out as a result of Delving. But I do really like this card, and I think it's a cool meta call when it comes up. So your opponent must pick one of the following abilities for you to resolve. Pick 2 enemy fighters. Give each of those fighters a Stagger token, which it looks like it was Zach's decision. The other part was pick an enemy fighter that is not vulnerable. Inflict 1 damage on that fighter. Zach wanting to avoid that damage now and take his chances on the stagger tokens. So, frankly, that damage I think would have inspired the Dread Pageant. Noticing six damage on the board, but they're not inspired already. Let's see. Dread Pageant. After an action step, if all friendly fighters are damaged, or if there are more damaged fighters than there are undamaged fighters, I see. Inspire each friendly fighter. My brain often goes back to 6 because that's how it used to be. Zach should gel to get the defense since he's already staggered. No? Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing some camera adjustments from the judge. I think just looking to help us out here with some clarity of board. All right, so we see 2 swords there from Davey. Oh, was that on Asunder the Realm? I think that was on Asunder the Realm. And that was for some self-damage to get, which resulted in the Warband getting inspired. So if that's what I think it was, then we might even be able to peek it if I get rid of the dice box. Unsure. Ominous Rumbling is what's still on top there, so maybe that was just a... Oh, I see what that was. That was Desperate Rage, is what that was. So he was looking for hammers. He wanted to take on the self-damage from Desperate Rage to inspire, but also to potentially deal out 3 damage, and rolled swords. That's what's up. And unfortunate. All right, so from Zach here, we're seeing a pretty solid roll of 2 crits on the offense. I couldn't tell you quite where they're arriving. I think it was from the scripter to Vasilak, if I'm tracking correctly. That means Davy's entire warband is damaged, and that's a critical effort for Zach. Yeah, because that was an inspired attack from the scripter, which resulted in the stagger token, which I have a habit of, doing exactly what Davey just did, and being like, oh, I got to give this fighter a damage token and a stagger token and putting them both on the card, and then realizing, wait, no, this belongs on the board, which is what Davey just did. Sometimes I end up accidentally putting the damage on the board and being like, wait, what am I doing? Sometimes it's hard, okay? All right, so from Davey here, we see a reroll for what I imagine is a crit success into only a crit. So it depends on if that was a crit success or a crit. Who was that coming from? That was coming from Lizette, I imagine. Which, if I'm tracking right, is the only way that wouldn't result in damage. All right. Drown in Pain coming out from Davey. Use this in a power step. Give each damaged friendly fighter a card token. You can only use this ability once per game. So awarding his entire warband card tokens. Spicy. I wonder if Davey's sitting on Bloody and Bruised, just going like, come on, let me get 1 damage out. I know there's a lot of damage on the board, but this is really, truly anybody's game. It does mean Zach has another 2 points coming from Wreckers eventually. So it's practically 6-6. The difference there is it's 6-6 with like maybe hand advantage to Davey if a Wreckers is holding a slot to be cashed in. I think that was a whiffed attack, looking for swords, receiving none. So no defense roll needed. I don't know. Chat's not sure Zach's got it in here with how far away fighters are, but they've got base speed 4. And Blazing Cat has got a lot of tricks, so I wouldn't count Zach out. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to close a lot of distance. We're seeing a full reroll from the Dread Pageant after another full fail roll. And out of 6 dice, Davey can't buy a single success there. That's rough. I've been there. We all have. All right, Wielder's coming in, looking to wipe Hadzu out of existence. Yeah, the only thing Dread Pageant's War Scroll still has for them is +1 move during charges. For their damage fighters, if I recall correctly. Yeah, inspired damage fighters. All right, so frankly, both players are having a really hard time landing kill shots. Bit of a pool party noodle fight going on. We're seeing a charge here into the wielder, seeking to deal 3 damage to the wielder. 3 hammers and a reroll. That's a crit in 2 if I'm reading that correctly. Yes, that is. All right, so that's damage going through on the wielder, 3. That's rough spot for Zach to be in. Now Davey just really wants to win that roll off. I reckon he either doesn't have stay close in hand right now because he didn't choose to take the bearer out of the game, or he's just being mindful of investing in the long game. So we have records from Zach and Keep Chopping for 3. That puts Zach up to 7. 1, 2, 3. We should see that on screen now. I think he's still got Perfect Cut in hand, which these dice have been so cruel to that card. Spread Havoc coming in for glory, or 2 glory for Davey here. Curious if we can't peek what he kept. Is that low on options? Unsure. Trying to figure out what upgrades are coming down for you as well. He's doing me a kindness of making it so that I can see the photos. For example, I can see that Vasilak's hanging out with the upgrade that gives him defense on his Cataclysm value. It looks like he might have Burrowing Strike as well. That can't be right. That has to be something different. Unless it's just there for Loaded for Bear. But yeah, I appreciate that, and I'll see if I can't figure out some more of those upgrades. For example, what's on Hadzu? Oh, it's moving. Oh, he already scored Wreckers. Both players have scored Wreckers this game. So it can't be that. That's a roll you don't want to see. Zach just got a double for his roll off. I think Davey thought better of what card he was shopping around there and decided that he'd rather have some glory waiting for him in the wing. All right. Davey getting a hammer. Davey winning the roll off here. That's huge. He might be able to end the wielder right here. This is potentially huge. Oh, he's got set explosive in hand. Good to know. Good peek. Thank you. That's Davey that we're speaking about. And I think he's got low in options as a surge. But yeah, I imagine Davey's definitely taking first here in round 3. With vicious intent. Oh my gosh. All right, so this is 4 dice looking for hammers and support from Vasilak into the wielder. Let's get that close up. Not looking good. That's 1 success. And that's 1 success. Wielder staying in the game. Some rough dice from Davey's latest attacks. And he's going to try it. Set explosives here. Oh, he realized that he rolled the incorrect amount of dice, so he shored that up and was able to put it through. Wow. All right. Wielder is out of the game. That's 3 points to Davey and a hell of a board presence advantage. I can't believe he got two shots at that attack. That was insane. You know, I said going in that I thought headsmen were favored, so I was rooting for Dread Pageant, but I'd be lying to you if I didn't say I wasn't rooting for headsmen now. Again, I just like seeing comebacks. I like seeing anybody from what I perceive to be the disadvantaged position excel, and that is low in options right there, as I've been speaking to coming out as well. That's for vicious intents. When that card discards out of play, it looks like there must be 5 ploys waiting in the discard pile, which will grab you low in options. All right. Black Canario, who's been our biggest chat presence, thank you so much for joining and for being so active. It's been a pleasure having you. Is headed off to some rest. They have 6 hours of Underworlds games tomorrow. Good luck. Have fun. All right, Zach, you've got this. Put this game to 3. Put this series to 3 games. You could do it. All right, gonna use this pause for quenching some thirst. Bearer looking to quench his own thirst, a thirst for revenge, after watching the wielder go down. And we see an ability being used here. Use this immediately after you pick an enemy fighter to be the target of an attack. Let's see what that dice roll was. That's is that a good roll? I don't think that's a good roll. Let's see. Oh, Bear's looking for hammers. So yeah, that it's a decent roll. And perfect cut finally comes out for him as well. I was worried for a moment there that he was fishing for swords. But yeah, that was Cackling Court. Use this immediately after you pick an enemy fighter to be the target of an attack. If that fighter is flanked and or surrounded, rolls of both swords and or hammers are successes in that roll. You can only use this ability once per game. So that was activated there as well, which tells me that Bearer must be rocking around with Hidden Aid. That's the only reason you would activate that ability when running in solo. So we have some extra damage down on Vasilak as a result. Unfortunately, that wasn't an Inspired Bearer, or that would have done Vasilak straight in. I also didn't get to see the defense roll, so I don't know if there was any standfast involved there. But assuming Zach doesn't have Grievous right now, which he would have from his Inspired side, then that would have made the difference. Hadzu still the Canhammed. All right, so that's a retaliatory shot, I think, from... Yep, that was a retaliatory shot from Vasilak into the Bearer, taking the Bearer out of the game. This is looking very similar to last round for Zach, down both of his primary fighters. This is a hard position to be in. And perfect cut there as well. C1, play one. All right, 7 to 15 in Davies' favor. And they're doing a recount of where they're currently at. And I think this is to see if the game is within reach. Sharpener running up to Hanzu. Looking for swords. Getting a crit and 1. So that's going to go through on Hanzu and take Hanzu out. So that's going to be at least a point for Zach. It looks like a surge was involved as well. So 9 points to 15. And now both player has only Inspired Fighters. Six Ash jumping onto the token available there. I think that's the 3. Not that that matters much at this stage. I think looking for hammers and only getting a crit. Sharpener was deleted. I'm gonna guess that Slake Slash must have a source of ensnare. If I had to guess, I'm gonna guess that's yeah. I can make that card out just enough to say that's exactly what's there. Just from the countdown part of that pairing. Inescapable Grasp. So it's another point for Davey. All right, Scripter on a soul mission for Nagash. Oh, but it is Nagash there for the ghosts themselves. Shocking assault for Davey. Tell you what, I'm tiring out myself on this end. But that doesn't mean that this final wasn't an exciting one. It just means I am losing energy myself. Moving Vasilak as far away as possible from danger. I'll trade my fighter staying alive and not accidentally giving away 3 glory for um, a stay close that I'll still manage to score because I have wary tread. So camping out on the edge hex there, yeah, wary tread is just going to push him back in for stay close scoring. So that's available still. I don't think there's going to be a way for Zach to grab this back, but he recognizes the stay close play and is blocking it. Oh yeah, blocking it with his final activation. So some of the higher glory hands in the game are 7. So even with some of the highest glory hands, that's not going to overcome this gap. Zach scoring 4 here to 1 by Davey, ending 13 to 18, and personal victory of blocking stay close there at the end as well. Seeing that wary tread come through. What that tells you is Davey is our champion. He will be receiving the golden ticket today, an invite to Worlds. So hopefully you'll be able to see him there. Wow. All right. What an event we've had. Whew. So thank you for tuning in, for making it this far. If anybody's still with us in the chat, they have any questions before I wrap, let me know. Otherwise, I'm excited to dive into the remaining games on the floor, see how they're going. But that is an undefeated record from Davey on Dread Pageant with Cataract, as Brian nicknamed it earlier today. Counted to Cataclysm plus Rack and Ruin. 4 matches fought, 8 games total, 8 victories won. That is an undefeated record after a 48-hour shift with almost no sleep to be had for Davey here. Again, I'm pretty confident he is just maintaining a flow state fugue at this point in time. So, thank you again for joining. I'm seeing no questions in the chat. So I'm going to call Brian over to see if there's any final things that he'd like to say to the stream. Otherwise, whether you're catching this live or you're catching this on VOD later, thank you for joining us, being a part of the Throwdown in that capacity. We love doing this and being able to share it with folks. So Brian's closing out a match. So I'm going to let him do that. In the comment section below, what's your favorite warband? I'd love to know. And why? Don't just hit me with a warband's name. Tell me why they're your favorite warband. So, and yeah, I'll react to each one of them personally. So, less for anything to boost this video and more just for a chance to interact with you, dear viewer. And he's recording the game between Zach and Davey here. Ooh. Up late, up early, and then a full day at Underworlds. It's been a good day. It's gonna end with some blood in the clock tower. So I'll get the chance to lie and betray each other directly to each other's faces over a wonderful social deduction game. Oh, I wonder if I can tell you. I might be able to tell you a sneak peek of some of the awards that are going to be awarded as well. The tallies might be in for best paint at the very least. I don't think best sport would be tallied yet because everybody's getting the chance to enjoy their final match. Oh, the Cunning Crew. Rob representing his favorite warband. Absolutely. That's Torque is fantastic. What's not to love? How are you liking them? Like with the little boost they got from the errata? Because I think, if I recall correctly, one of their abilities got opened up to be once per round. No, without move. Something happened to one of their movement abilities, and then their Inspire got better. So enjoying the changes. Got a chance to play them since those came their way. I'm just going to try to flag Brian when. Oh, yep, he's on his way. Hey, given the finals are closed out, we're going to close down the stream so that I get a chance to survey the floor and all that jazz. But was wondering if there was anything that you would like to share with the chat, or any teasers we could provide them, maybe on best painted or best sport, if any of those tallies are available.
Still tallying in best sport, best
Yep.
painted.
Yep.
But we did have Bobby taking Wellner with Gitz, so Thricefold beat Gitz 2-0.
Really?
Yep.
Oh wow. Okay. So yeah, the only other match that's concluded at this point in time is a 2-0 Thricefold piloted by Bobby, who again you'll see at Worlds this year, versus Wellner on Gitz. That was 21-19 and then 20-16. That's an impressive showing from Bobby and Thricefold there. All right. Well, much better to inspire. Rob saying, yeah, I'm excited about the Cunning Crew as well. I want to check them out with their new changes. But yeah, if there's anything you want to say to chat or to stream.
Yeah. Stay tuned to the chats, the Vassal Discord, and the What the Heck's Underworlds general chat. I'll post all the results from the event, who got what prizes and all that after that's all finalized.
Awesome.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Awesome. All right. So if you didn't pick that up, what he wanted to communicate was, first off, thanks for watching. But also stay tuned in the Discords for all of what is awarded, right? So again, we're going to be awarding best painted, best sport, best in Grand Alliance across the four, and there's good prizes for first, second, third. So we'll have all that to share with you in the Vassal Discord. He's posting there. Or if you want to join our Discord, if you're not there already, please do that. You can find a link to join our Discord at themortalrealms.com. And we'll be posting there in the Underworlds general chat how this all went. So with photos and whatnot, we'll make sure there's a good group photo from the day as well. So, let's do an outro. This has been What the Hex, and I've been Skylar. Thanks for watching. Hope to catch you next time. I'm nervous. If I close it, what will happen? We're just going to cut to black. All right, so we're going to kill the camera and the audio. And then I don't have to worry about if this has finished uploading correctly, because it'll keep going.